Star Wars character's Emperor Palpatine's first name, and we will go to Lucas and see if we can get the answer. Luke, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Lucas, what is Emperor Palpatine's first name? Sheev, yeah. That is correct. Hang on, Lucas. We're going to give you...
Is his full name Sheevan?
We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see the two of the nation's top comedians, Eric D'Alessandro and Vic DiBettito, together for the first time Friday, May 13th, Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia. It is the launch of their much-anticipated Funny How Tour. And showtime is 10 p.m. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And Sheev sounds like a nickname. Dude, tell Sheev. Sheev, go get it, man.
Turn.
Where's he? Yo,
turn.
Sheev, where's the bong, man?
She's back with the blue milk.
Yep. All right, let's go through the box office take of the weekend. Number one was The Bad Guys, made $16.1 million.
To be honest, I didn't know if that would do anything, and it's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Who's in that?
It's an animated. It's DreamWorks, right?
Yeah. So
the
the
first in a while.
Who's the dude that you love, Press? Who was in Iron Man 2 and Moon? That guy, Sam.
Oh,
Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, he plays the wolf, and
That's
it's
right.
What's funny. So they're normally they're bad guys. They are bank heist people or animals, I should say. So at one point in the beginning of the movie, Sam Rockwell's character, this wolf. This lady drops a wallet and he's like, oh, and he picks it up and he hands it to her and she starts petting him like, oh my God, thank you so much. And you're so sweet. And he has this reaction like, wait a second, what's going on here? And his tail starts wagging and he's like, wait, I kind of like being a good boy.
Right.
And so that sends him on this sort of journey to we don't have to be bad guys after all.
Second was Sonic the Hedgehog, followed by Fantastic Beasts, The Northman, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once was fifth. Then you have The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, followed by The Lost City, Memory, Father Stew. Oh, there's two Memory movies. There's Memory Open Road is number 8, and Memory from Sony is number 10.
One of them was the Liam Neeson one, which apparently was a bit of a bomb because it only made $3 million.
Okay.
It was a terrible movie. I have a special skill that allows my movies to open in the bottom 3.
And I don't know what the other memory is.
I can't remember.
My memory's horrible.
My memory escapes me.
All right, let's start with this. Judge on Friday threw out part of the case against Kim Kardashian in the Black China lawsuit while the jury deliberates on the elements that remain. Judge Gregory Alcorn ruled that China's attorney Lin Xiaomi did not provide any statement during the trial from Kardashian that was defamatory toward China. The case against Kardashian for interference with a contract remains alive. The jury is deciding on that and both defamation and contract interference cases against Chris, Khloe, and Kylie. Jurors went home on Friday without reaching a verdict after their first full day of deliberations. Their instructions had to be revised after the Kim Kardashian decision, and attorneys and
as it will be known from here on in.
And the judge answered several questions. Okay,
That's legalese.
They're scheduled to resume today. China's lawsuit alleges that the women falsely told television producers and executives that China had violently attacked her then fiancé Rob Kardashian in December 2016 in an attempt to get her reality show Rob and China canceled.
Again, by comparison, you have the Depp and Amber Heard trial, which is so much more interesting. This is kind of boring.
Yeah, I don't have anything on that one, unfortunately. But I do have this. Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian made their red carpet debut at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday. Politicians, journalists, celebrities all came together for the event hosted by The Daily Show's Trevor Noah. And during the dinner, Gayle King shared that she and Drew Barrymore were asked to move from the red carpet when Kardashian and Davidson arrived.
Come on.
Listen to this quote. She said, "We were about to step on the red carpet," and they go, "Gayle, Drew, move. Keat are here."
Oh, you kidding me? Keat?
That's awesome.
How about Pim?
I had not heard the term Keat yet.
Pim.
But they said Keat are here.
Oh, wait, is Keat what Kanye calls them?
No,
he calls him Skeet.
Kim. Yeah.
Skeet.
Skeet is a
it's
derogatory term for semen.
This is Kim and Pete
Yeah.
used together. So anyhow,
Disgusting.
Noah joked that the dinner was, quote, the nation's most distinguished super spreader event, suggesting that guests should have thought twice about attending after Anthony Fauci declined his invitation, but Pete Davidson thinks it's okay, Noah had said.
Well, there you go.
Trevor Noah, by the way, did say he made a bit of a reference to the Chris Rock slap from Will Smith. He said, it's risky making jokes these days. I mean, we all saw what happened in the Oscars while he was headlining the event. By the way, speaking of Kim, and this will be the last I utter of the family, the 2022 Met Gala is tonight. And there's a big rumor going around that Kim might be wearing something special. Over the past few weeks, fans have been speculating that the 41-year-old reality star might be wearing the iconic, sparkling, flesh-colored dress that Marilyn Monroe wore when she famously sang Happy Birthday to President John F. Kennedy back in 1962.
Did you hear what Pete's going in?
No.
The skin of John F. Kennedy.
Oh, my
yeah,
God.
yeah.
They actually
So they're going to
preserved
complete the
that?
whole thing.
Wow. The rumors started at the premiere of The Kardashians in early April when she teased her Met Gala outfit and if she and Pete Davidson would be attending together. She said, I'm not sure, she had told Access Hollywood.
I don't care.
You're going to have to wait and find out.
Wait and find out.
I think we're still figuring it out. And she then admitted that her own attendance at this year's event is still up in the air due to her outfit. She said, it really depends if I fit into my dress, so I hope I'm going. She said, I think it will be up to the last minute because it can't be tailored. So I have to fit into it like exactly.
So she's Zoftic, as was Marilyn Monroe. I would have to imagine that her ass is bigger because that's one of her things, right? That's one of her big selling points, so to speak. So maybe she can fit into it unaltered. But that's a classic piece of footage, Preston, when basically everyone on Earth realized that President Kennedy and Marilyn had been doing it.
By the way, on Saturday, Kim and Pete were spotted in Orlando, Florida, visiting Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Oh.
That's where the dress is stored.
Interesting.
So Kim and Pete reportedly spent over 3 hours at Ripley's. I mean, it was either that or she wanted to see someone who, a potato the size of a Volkswagen. Yeah. But anyhow, Ripley's purchased the dress from Julianne's auction back in November of 2016 at a staggering $5 million, making it the most expensive dress in the world. So that's pretty good speculation that she might be wearing that. If they were there for that long and she said that the dress can't be tailored, that sounds like that's going to be it.
To be honest, I'll be curious to see what that looks like. That is an iconic dress.
Yep. Absolutely.
You remember that whole, she goes up, Marilyn, when she sings Happy Birthday, she flicks the microphone to see if it's on. Oh, and then Kennedy's there, like, nervously laughing.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
It's very
we just met this evening.
All right, here's a follow-up. Bill Murray has offered his first statement on the suspension of production on Being Mortal, which Searchlight Pictures deemed necessary after investigating complaints of inappropriate behavior against the actor. Murray shared his comments during an interview on CNBC. Without going into too much detail about the dynamic between himself and aggrieved parties, Murray explained his perspective on the situation and its aftermath as well. We have a couple of clips from him, so let's hit this. Here we go.
I had a difference of opinion with a woman I'm working with. I did something I thought was funny, and it wasn't taken that way. We're both professionals. We like each other's work. We like each other, I think, and if we can't really get along and trust each other, there's no point in going further working together or making a movie as well.
And we still don't know who that was, right?
We don't know the actress, but I guess you can take a guess at because there are, a number of the women in the cast. Apparently, it's a cast member that we know. So I don't know which one of the women was. I
haven't looked to even see who it might be.
Apparently, he had done the old TIE fighter with his nutsack.
Oh, is that what it was?
Do that.
That's a little...
That's really over the line.
Blatant. All right, here's him talking about society, how society has changed, and he knows that. Here we go.
The world's different than it was when I was a little kid. What I always thought was funny as a little kid isn't necessarily the same as what's funny now. Things change and the times change, so it's important for me to figure it out. And I think the most important thing is that it's best for the other person. If it's not best for the other person, it doesn't matter what happens for me.
Nick has pulled up the cast, and the only female I see on there is Keke Palmer, Nick.
Yeah, she's the only one listed. I mean, I'm sure that there are other women in the cast, but right now the only woman listed is Keke Palmer.
I think we all know you don't wrong Keke.
And this is him talking about wanting to change?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
I think it's a sad dog that can't learn anymore. I really think that's a really sad puppy. I can't learn anymore. I don't want to be that sad dog, and I have no intention of it. What would make me the happiest would be to both of us to go back into work and be able to trust each other and work at the work that we both spent a lot of time developing.
When he was asked whether he'd been in conversations with Searchlight Pictures about the complaint, he said that he wasn't. He said, no, not the studio, just with her and the people that are helping her first things first, which is what you should do, probably.
Yeah.
And it's not clear whether he's going to continue work on Being Mortal or not, or if he's being replaced. The film had reportedly completed about half of its principal photography before production was suspended.
I know he likes
in
this
mid-April.
project a lot, so I think that's why he's coming forward probably in a way he normally wouldn't have had done before.
Right. Well, this was sad news to see. Fellow country musicians are mourning the death of Grammy Award-winning singer Naomi Judd. I'm sure you saw this over the weekend. Her daughters, Winona and Ashley, confirmed her death on Saturday. She was 76 years old. Judd was the mother portion of the mother-daughter music duo, the Judds. Winona being the other half, as they scored 14 #1 songs.
Wow. They were huge.
In a career that spanned nearly 3 decades, rising to the top of the country music charts before calling it quits in 1991 after Naomi was diagnosed with hepatitis. Ashley Judd wrote on Twitter today, we sisters experienced tragedy. We lost our beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness, which I'm curious about, and I don't really understand
So from the
what
first
she means by that.
second that popped up, Preston, I know that over the years she's had, and we have a clip of her talking about it, profound bouts with depression, so much so that, the drugs that she was on would cause physical changes to her body, and then she would lose tremendous amounts of weight, and maybe just the wear and tear of dealing with all that finally did her in, but horrible.
Yeah, she said, we are shattered. We are navigating profound grief, and we know that we loved her, and she was loved by her public. We are in unknown territory.
We have a couple of clips if you want to hear her talking about, we can go with her first talking about what it was like to experience her depression.
Because they see me in rhinestones, with glitter in my hair. That really is who I am. But then I would come home and not leave the house for 3 weeks. My hands shake real bad. Medication, nothing I can do about it. And my face, I feel like a balloon. My face is all swollen because of the medication. I want someone to be able to see that they can survive, because there's 40 million of us out there.
Has anybody speculated that she may have taken her own life at all?
I haven't seen that.
When I
haven't seen that at all.
When I saw she lost her battle with mental health illness, that's immediately what I thought.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how else you lose a battle.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of physical things she was going through, so I haven't seen that speculated.
Yeah.
It's conceivable. You know what? It happens though, Preston. It begins that anything like this, which makes it so horrible, is that cascade that she's describing. She's depressed, then she looks in the mirror, and she's bloated because of the medicine. All that stuff just keeps going more and more and more. And so over the course of the years, that's what she was dealing with.
This is Ashley, who was at the Country Music Hall of Fame.
So, she passed away one day before they were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Here we go.
My mama loved you so much, and she appreciated your love for her. And I'm sorry that she couldn't hang on until today. Your esteem for her and your regard for her really penetrated her heart. And it was your affection for her that did keep her going in these last years.
And then Winona had briefly accepted the honor of the Hall of Fame. Here we go.
I didn't prepare anything tonight because I knew Mom would probably talk the most. I'm going to make this fast because my heart's broken. And I feel so blessed, and it's a very strange dynamic to be this broken and this blessed.
Wow. That's some heavy stuff, man.
Yes.
So obviously, many people took to Twitter to share fond memories of Naomi and to mourn the loss of a country music legend who was preparing to be inducted into that Hall of Fame. So sad, sad news. All right, I have some other things to get to. All right, this is not happy, but certainly not quite as dour as that story. Dan Aykroyd and Donna Dixon are going their separate ways.
This blew my mind. They've been, 39 years.
Yep. The Emmy Award winner and his
You
wife
couldn't stick out the torture a little bit more?
of nearly 40 years announced their separation Friday. Exclusively two people, although they continue to be legally married and share a loving friendship. After 39 years as a couple, we are now on separate life paths. We remain legally married, co-parents, co-workers, and business partners. But I don't know, you do mention that, of them hanging on.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely. If it ain't working, why keep sticking it
Yeah,
out?
there's a decent percentage of that in jest because obviously they're making their decision based on, it's not working. So they certainly gave it more than an admirable run, and they just have gone their separate ways.
Yeah, and they're gonna remain
like,
married actually, but they're gonna just live separately.
I think the thing that hurts is that she's apparently seeing Pete Davidson.
Oh my God!
On the side?
And
She doesn't mind that he's also with Kim.
Yeah, no, she does not.
They met they tied the knot in 1983. They had met that year on the set of the movie Dr. Detroit.
Their union they're known as DIM.
DIM. The pair share daughters, Danielle, who is known professionally as a singer-songwriter. Vera Sola is her name. Belle and Stella are the other two. He had previously opened up about his lasting connection with Dixon in an interview with the Tampa Bay Times. This was back in 2014. He had said, "You got to find the right person. Look at them in the eye, have them look back, and know their soul."
I would have to imagine that Aykroyd's great, but he certainly is tuned into a different channel.
Yep. He was previously engaged to Carrie Fisher in the early 1980s.
I didn't know.
Yeah, and then after that, I guess
she was engaged to Darth Vader.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That would have rocked the universe.
It would have been great.
That's her father.
I really love her, and she's just awesome. I'm so nervous.
You're going to hyperventilate, man.
No, it's okay. I just have my dials up.
Had no idea. All right, this is a weird little story. Michael Douglas has some thick skin, so thick that Deborah Winger didn't end up cutting her teeth opposite the Basic Instinct star in Romancing the Stone. He was on Rob Lowe's Literally podcast.
Yeah.
And he said that three-time Oscar nominee Winger bit his arm during a pre-shoot dinner with Robert Zemeckis. He said after knocking back tequilas over a friendly conversation, Winger allegedly broke the skin on his arm with her teeth. He said, we walk out, and just as you would go kind of, oh, you, and lightly give somebody a punch on the arm, she goes, oh, you, and she reached over and bit my arm.
Wow.
And I was like, dude, she bit me. And Douglas continued saying, she's joking. And I'm looking at her and I go, I don't know. I'm thinking this could be rough. And she broke the skin. He was like literally bleeding.
Yeah.
The
that would make you reconsider.
Led to Douglas telling director Zemeckis that he could not work with a loose cannon like her.
Have her killed.
He said, I broke down in tears. I can't go into the jungle with her. She bit me. Look, she bit my arm. Instead, Kathleen Turner replaced Winger in the role and went on to win Best Actress Golden Globe for the adventure rom-com.
Deborah Winger was a really solid actress. In terms of endearment, she's great. She always had that reputation, though, as being a little...
Yeah, a little loony, right?
A little loony, yeah.
Like she would
bite
do
people.
strange things and bite people.
Yeah.
So, wow. All right, and then let me see. Do I have time for one more? I got a bunch of things, but we'll have to save some for tomorrow. Let's go with this one. Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos celebrated their 26th wedding anniversary on Sunday.
She's a wonderful gal.
Ripa posted a photo of the pair to Instagram and wrote, 26 years with the love of my life.
Be a dear and top off my chamomile, would you?
And Consuelos shared his own post to Instagram that featured two penguins holding flippers, saying, happy anniversary, 26 years, penguin status.
They're both impossibly good looking. So
Yes.
I imagine when they have sex, it's like when you grind down metal, and, the sparks.
Right.
I mean, because they're both in phenomenal shape.
Yeah.
And they must wear welding masks.
Maybe so. All right, and then we're ready for clips now.
All right.
Benedict Cumberbatch co-stars with Elizabeth Olsen in the new Marvel film Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. In this clip, he explains his thoughts on working with her.
She's just She's a breath of fresh air. She's a real light and a force of nature. She kind of steps on set and everybody's in a better mood. She doesn't take it or herself at all seriously, and yet when she's doing it, she's mesmerizing to watch as Wanda. She's
This
just
is special.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness can be seen in theaters Friday.
Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I think we might have some more screening passes coming up because we have that screening on Wednesday. Here's the next clip. Sophie Turner has played many intriguing roles, including her role as Margaret Radcliffe in the true crime series The Staircase. In this clip, she explains why she was so interested in playing this role.
Just the way that the family kind of interacts with each other without this this man that they've all kind of put on a pedestal is incredibly interesting. The dynamics completely shift, and it's such an interesting study.
Translation, boring.
The Staircase can be streamed on HBO Max Thursday if you are so interested. And there you go. That's the entertainment.
You know, I did last night. I went through all the 44,000 streaming services that I had, and I have. And I put things on my basic wish list or like list because every time I go to them, I'm like, what am I watching on this one again?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's like, I realize just how pathetic, you know, how much time you spend in front of the TV.
There's a lot
of good stuff
to be consumed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, our entertainment report is done. How about we give away some of those Doctor Strange movie screening passes for Wednesday? I'll take the first 3 callers, 215-263-WMMR. It is Wednesday, 7 p.m. at the U8 King of Prussia. Doesn't even open till May 6th on Friday, and tickets are on sale now, but we will give them to you for free to join us on Wednesday night. Pretty sweet deal. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, we have Kathy's Cuts taking place. Kathy is on location. She's a Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. We'll see how things are going. It's benefiting Wigs for Kids. We're also going to have on the show this morning our buddy Mark Summers. Always checking in when he's in town. He's going to be here in our studio today.
Yes.
So pretty cool. Always great with an in-studio visit from Mark Summers. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a moment. Make sure you hang with us. Ever agree on ever.
And that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You know, you just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I don't
Whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter?
You don't put,
It does matter to you guys?
No,
You know what? Consider this.
No,
You're bowling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There
For
you
some
go.
perspective,
There you go.
Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that
Dude, it
the
was
other
out of
day.
toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because
I did it this
someone
morning.
had the courtesy
Yeah.
to put up on the door.
Yeah.
Out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
In the men's room?
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
up.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
You just sit with the sink?
No, I got some paper
Ass
towels.
gaskets. Oh,
paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but I
wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The
my
man played
butt.
it right.
And so anyhow, so what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation, someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist, Preston, has a clean movement.
Yeah.
So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, There's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do, and this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water? Yeah,
because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicists back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, do we have? Should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away a further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself. Boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
we're watching the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into the snow, but a decent amount of it did. Also, a decent amount immediately turned into steam.
And it's so windy that it went 50 yards away in the blink of an eye.
It was down the parking lot.
Though gone.
We did get instant snow.
Yeah.
But the wind is whipping so much that by the time Nick was done talking, it was already half a parking lot away.
It was gone.
Two things also happened. Max's foot was burnt, and the pot of water is now empty.
Oh.
Ooh. Thanks.
All right, so let's see Callie's hair now. I don't want her to weld to the.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they poured more water on it, Steve.
Well, we don't want her to freeze to the thing, right?
She's still not laying down.
At this point, I'll take it.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, her hair is frozen solid, guys.
All right.
It's not sticking up like we saw in some of those hot tub photos.
Yeah.
Where people, but I mean, like it's coated with hairspray and it is completely frozen solid.
All right, because she's got very thick
yeah.
hair, so to get that sucker to freeze up the way we want it to would be a lot of work. But you can see the tips; it looks like icicles.
Wow. Okay, so we've learned that water
freezes in
cold temperatures.
Yeah.
All right.
And that if someone's hair is wet with that same type of water, it will freeze in cold temperatures. Now we're looking at Callie here. I just don't want her to freeze to make sure she moves a little bit.
Yeah, we can. How long has she been out there? Anybody know?
She's going to look like Wendy O. Williams. What was that?
About 5 minutes.
The punk rocker?
Yeah, about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Can she move her head so we can see if it's frozen?
There we go.
Yeah, all right, we have frozen hair.
Yeah.
It's sticking straight out.
No, that's cool. We got it.
All right.
It actually looks like, what does that look? It looks like the when Maleficent turned the forest dead.
Yes. Oh, like all those branches.
Branches,
and stuff?
yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that. Bill calling us?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill's calling us.
Bill's not wearing gloves.
Hang on, let me go to him.
Did he come in on his motorcycle?
No, he is. He just took one glove.
Why does he have a chafing dish?
There's no way he came in on his motorcycle. Bill Weston, Man About Town, are you there?
Good morning, my warm southern friend.
Hey. So, first of all, what do you have in the crook of your arm there? Are those peppermints?
They're peppermints that my wife went to like Costco and got like the 30-gallon size.
Yeah.
Realized that she only needed a dozen for her candy dish. And I said, well, why don't you take the rest into work? I said, that's really economically wise.
All right, fair enough. And so what did you want to, you wanted to jump in on this frozen hair thing, I guess, huh?
Well, I see an intern out here freezing her tail off and with no hat on.
Yeah.
You know, your mother always said, don't leave the house without your hat and gloves.
Yeah.
And zip up your coat. And so I said, I hope you get extra credit for your internship program for this. She says, no, there's no credit for this. So, Marissa, we need to have a little chat.
Well, Bill, can you just actually go over and just have her raise her head? Because I think her hair's probably properly frozen now.
Yeah, let's check on the hair.
Hold on just a second.
All right.
All right.
We just don't want her to freeze to this building.
Oh, yes. We've got some nice...
All right, that's cool.
That's it.
She's good.
It's frozen solid.
Have her come in.
And it's rigid. It's sticking straight out.
Yeah.
All right, Bill, how long are your pubes?
Oh, Jesus.
That's my second question. When Casey asked if they were gray.
Casey asked if they were gray.
Hey, Bill, you can tell her to come in, Bill.
Yeah, you guys can come in. We want to see this.
Hold on, Marissa has something. Marissa?
Just want to say this is Callie's last week, so this is like her last
There you go. We love Callie.
Yeah.
All right. Don't want to get me in trouble.
All right, Bill, you and Callie can come inside. A Volvo that was owned by David Bowie was auctioned off for approximately $218,000 in Switzerland. His Volvo 262C was one of the last of that line produced in 1981, and it was delivered to his Swiss home in June of that year. The car was initially registered under Bowie's own name, David Robert Jones, before transferring over to the record company Bellway Brothers.
This is the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week is today.
Can you do a commercial for the Chili Dogs place?
No, that was Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. Yeah. Pat's Chili Dogs.
Chili Dogs.
Ground control to Chili Dogs. Hi, I'm David Bowie with a passionate message about any fan who loves a good chili dog.
How'd you get Bowie to do this?
Well, he was in town.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, hi. Bing, I'm here to tell you about the best chili dog I've ever had.
Sounds great. Do tell.
It's Pat's Chili Dogs.
How did they get him in the first place?
If you like a chili dog, bum.
Where is it?
I don't know. But anyhow, he definitely
Do you like a good chili dog?
he definitely owned a Volvo, and that's.
Oh no, I've got chili all over my Volvo.
Pat's Chili Dogs is a We Buy Gold place now.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow, David Bowie.
Do you have extra gold you'd like to make some money off of?
All right, and then finally, what?
What?
Oh, there you go.
I am David Bowie. I just had an otherworldly experience. As Major Tom, I took you into space, but now it's time to explore your belly.
Okay.
Introducing my new character, Ziggy Chili Dog.
Did he have Diamond Dogs?
Chili Dogs.
Wasn't that what his album was? Diamond Dogs?
Was
This new one's called Chili Dogs.
How bizarre would it be just out of nowhere?
He just becomes enamored of chili dogs.
That he is all of a sudden he is a proponent of chili dogs. Oh, this is Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Dogs.
Yeah. Did you guys hear the news that Khloe Kardashian is pregnant? You may have heard that, right?
Yeah. She was on Ellen, right?
She made the announcement, of course, a little while back. She may be head over heels in love with her boyfriend, NBA star Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, head over heels.
But the revenge body star has no desire to get hitched anytime soon. She told Ellen DeGeneres in the first TV interview since announcing the pregnancy that we're not in any rush for that.
We're in no rush to get married.
She added, as you know, I've rushed quite a few things before.
And I've made some mistakes, and I regret those mistakes.
Referencing her marriage to Lamar Odom after knowing him for 30 days. I forgot
wow.
that's how quickly that happened, yeah.
It was just 30 days.
Oh, my God. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
She does look like a
It looks
giant.
like, it looks like a scene from Pacific Rim.
And
She's a
listen,
kaiju.
not fat.
No.
She's just a tall person.
I love you, Ellen.
Do they have her stats on Wiki, like how tall she is?
6'9".
So, Nick, type in how tall is...
I think she's 5'11".
Well, like, even in their
Khloe
family
Kardashian.
pictures, I don't think she's towering over the rest of them.
No, she's bigger.
I don't know how tall...
It's because OJ's her father.
Ellen is either.
She's 5'10".
5'10".
There we
That
go.
would make Ellen like 3'11".
Yeah, because that's how tall my wife is. She's 5'10".
Yeah, that's not like
5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range.
bare range.
But I think the other ones are just, everybody else is just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. So anyhow, as you know, she said I rushed into quite a few things before. Right now, I'm so loving the place I'm in and very happy with how things are. We talk about it for sure. What's meant to be will be.
I just love spending time now foraging through garbage cans. It's really a zen thing for me. Ellen.
Kardashian adds that she knows her 26-year-old beau is a good dad after watching him parent his 1-year-old son, Prince, from a previous relationship.
Okay. That's the tip-off.
She said, he's such a good dad. He's so great just during pregnancy, and he makes me more excited, too. I'm excited. That's unbelievable that he has just a 1-year-old and has moved on.
He's a great dad.
He's fathering another one over
dad.
here. And
Did he bring Chloe to the birth, Preston? Did you say that?
That's a good question.
Exemplary
To the first
dad?
baby? Yeah.
I'd like you to meet my girlfriend.
Yes. The event is back. Kathy's Cuts benefiting Wigs for Kids is happening as we speak, and therefore the noise you hear in the background is Kathy at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. Sounds like things are getting pretty busy, Kath.
Yes, they are. And I'm here actually with one of our listeners. She's been listening for, wait, how long did you say?
17 years.
Oh, 17 years. And what's your name?
Angela.
Where are you from, Angela?
Wilmington, Delaware.
And what, how did you decide to come out here today? Like, what was the reason? Is there anything behind it?
Well, I feel like, it's hair. It grows. So why not give it to kids who need hair? It's going to grow, simply. So might as well do something useful with it.
And was how this all started. I actually was going to cut my hair, and I thought instead of just let it fall to the floor and go to waste, like there has to be something we can do with it. And that's how we found Wigs for Kids, and that's why we're doing it. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy.
And by the way, she is so cute, and she's a 19-year-old son. I was like, you do not look like you have a 19-year-old.
No, we're looking at her.
We're looking at
she
the
looks
video.
like she's
You're
19
right.
herself.
Yeah.
Right? So everybody's, and again, I'm amazed, but everyone's hair is so long, and it's great. So we're getting a lot of great ponytails and that we can send off to Wigs for Kids. Everybody enjoying their Dunkin' Donuts. Actually, let me just say thank you to Dunkin'. Get ready for sunnier days with a medium sunrise batch iced coffee for $2 from Dunkin'. A bright and balanced coffee made from a blend of beans sourced from Kenya and Latin America. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. And of course, all of us here at the Preston and Steve Show, we run on Dunkin' as well. So we're at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. Also, David Arnold Hair Salon in Jenkintown. We have appointments there. Their entire salon is filled as well. I was talking to a few people over there, and they're also having a great time. So everything, we're doing well. Everybody's getting their hair chopped.
It's cool. It's like you sit down for a long time and stand up after sitting for a while and getting back up on your feet with this. And everyone is so excited about it because, as you say, we had this stasis where people were kind of just letting their hair grow, and we're kind of waiting for this event to happen. To have it happen this way today is so cool. It's great to see people out doing this.
Yeah, a bunch of people. Guy upstairs, this is his third time doing it. He said he waited from the last time he cut his hair until now.
Wow.
So his hair was really long as well. And then I talked to a woman who donated for the first time. It was the first time here. She had a 9-week-old baby at home. She said, I've been up for hours. I ran out of the house, come get my hair cut, and now she's going back home to the baby.
Cool. Nice. All right, we'll check back in with you in a bit. Kathy, who is at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. It is Kathy's Cuts, and it continues. Finally, back to it, which is awesome. So
wonderful cause.
All right, so Marissa did some digging this weekend, and she sent me a series of stories that all have to do with the Jersey Shore. So I think we have invented a new segment.
It's a new character, yeah.
Yes. It is called The Beach Bum. So here we go. We have a series of stories that take place down the shore, and actually you stumble across some really good stuff.
So they're good ones, right?
Yeah, there's some solid things. So we'll start with this. We'll start with food. And, Steve, let me bring your levels up. There you go. Let's start. There you go. Our first story is Bobby Flay headed back to the Jersey Shore with an outpost of his fast casual brand, Bobby's Burgers. Yeah. Which is set to debut at Harrah's Resort Atlantic City early this summer.
It's good news for you, Case, because you love his burgers.
I do. And while I don't know why I don't consider Atlantic City the Jersey Shore. I'm just glad that I don't have to fly across the country to go get it. Right. So, and I actually kind of head down that way regardless, because there's a pizza place that I go to quite a bit, and that's just kind of outside of Atlantic City as well. So
I kind of know why. I mean, it's its own entity, really.
Yeah.
Atlantic City. It's not a shore town. Every other place you visit down there, there's a town that's a part of it, and Atlantic City really is its own little city. It's its own entity, just like the boardwalk. You don't really go there just to be at a beach town. You go there mostly for gambling and hanging out.
But if you are at a beach town, you want to do something else besides go to the beach? You can go to Atlantic City.
Boom,
It's
yeah.
right there. So the concept serves American cuisine like burgers, fries, milkshakes. Menu options include the Bobby Blue and Bacon Burger, topped with blue cheese sauce and bacon. And this will be, you also have the Crunch Burger.
Yes.
Step with cheese and potato chips.
Yeah, that's my jam right there.
And Bobby's Veggie Burger, complete with barbecue mushrooms, chickpeas, quinoa, lettuce, and tomato. Other highlights include buttermilk onion rings, sweet potato fries, and milkshakes in flavors like vanilla bean, dark chocolate, strawberry, and my favorite, pistachio.
I mean, that is a wonderful menu of decadence.
Hell
but
yes.
when you're in the mood for a burger and fries and a shake, do it right.
Yep.
Right?
I agree 100%.
And when is it opening? Do you have a...
It says early this summer.
Okay.
So this is after Bobby Flay Steak had closed at the Borgata.
You better get over there now, kids.
I know. I'm
It had
gonna
run
wait
for
in line
15
now.
years. So. All right, so that is story number one. Let's move on to another one. All right, next for the beach bum. The Camden County Board of Commissions unveiled and you'll like this, Casey, a $100 million plan to revitalize 24 parks and create a link trail that will open a path running from the Benjamin Franklin Bridge to Cape May Point.
So you could,
coming years.
there be like a contiguous...
A bike trail.
Wow.
A bike
Wow.
or walking trail from the Ben Franklin Bridge to Cape May
awesome.
Point.
Is
That
this
is
also a skipping trail?
You can skip if
Okay.
you want. There's
You
a
know-
lane.
Okay,
There's a special
skippers.
lane
Skippers only.
on the trail.
Wow. I don't like...
You don't know what to say?
Well, no, I don't, because is it going to be one of those things where you're going over streets, or do you're gonna have to stop?
I assume at
quite a
some
bit,
point
or-
you're going to
yeah.
have a and that's fine.
Yeah,
you know?
because there's a trail that goes from Cape May all the way up to, and I've only stopped at the Cape May Zoo, which is just outside of Stone Harbor, and I think it picks up after the Cape May Zoo at a certain point, and it is a great trail. But sometimes you get to these intersections where cars are coming and stuff like that.
I think it'd be hard to do that. In a perfect scenario, you'd be able to avoid that. But I think this is fine.
No, it is. And
as long as the cars stop and don't collide into you.
I'm being a little bit
snooty
because when I'm going for a bike ride and you don't want to slow down and stop, like I'm going
the skipper's
I don't think this is for endurance. I think this is you want to get from A to B.
Yeah.
You can do it on a bicycle.
And my cousin does this quite a bit. He will ride from the Ben Franklin Bridge down to Wildwood, and dude, he rides on 55, which is
crazy.
like you're
You
not,
can't ride 55.
You can't. No.
Sammy Hagar would disagree, sir.
That kind of scares me when people try to pull that off. I mean, like, it's dangerous at that point. But I guess a lot of the ones in Pennsylvania are converted rail lines, right? So they have, and there are so many old, unused rail lines in Jersey. I wonder if they're using those for this.
That's actually, yes, that would make sense.
Well,
and if they aren't, they should.
The Parks Alive 2025 plan has been in the works for several years, bringing together nonprofits and local governments to invest in infrastructure, trails, waterways, and recreation in the county's park system. A key facet of the plan will be a $10 million link trail. That's right, $10 million.
$10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million.
34-mile active transportation corridor that will be developed in 4 phases. The off-road, 12-foot wide trail will be open to pedestrians, bicycles, and other personal mobility vehicles.
Very cool. Now, the one thing they always ignore are the piggybackers.
The link trail will begin at the Ben Franklin Bridge bicycle pedestrian ramp in Camden, which will be reached from Philly by foot or on bike, and run through 16 municipalities in Camden County before connecting with the Atlantic County Trail. That trail runs all the way to Cape May Point.
So, I mean, we're getting into that time where people are, even just on the weekends, are visiting down there, you know, and it'll become more and more, of a prolonged thing. So, having something like this, even if it's just sort of suggested, adds a charm to it.
No, and it absolutely
it
does.
gives you a goal.
I have been I haven't been on my bike as much since October, but last year I was on it a lot, and I got my endurance is up, and I was just sort of thinking this summer I may want to ride my bike down the shore after work on Fridays.
Well, this would be a cool thing if your family is going to head down to the shore.
Yeah.
They drop you off at the head of the trail and drive, and you just ride your bike all the way down.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they leave the country.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I don't know where it leads.
I have the children. I'm in Kuwait.
I don't know where it leads from the other side of the Ben Franklin Bridge, but you can ride over the Ben Franklin Bridge. There's a walking/bike path there as well. So.
A few miles of the link trail already have been constructed, but the full project and parks improvements are expected to be completed by 2025. Not too far off.
No, that's actually well, and obviously different chunks will be completed as you go.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Schuylkill River Trail is awesome. I mean, you can go from Center City all the way through the Valley Forge Park, and then there's other trails that kind of split off from there as well.
I used to walk that all the time. I remember having an issue. Remember with people being like mugged on one of the.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
But it's what they did was great, and a lot of people use it.
Yeah, I love these alternate ways to get to the shore. I took the train a few weeks ago to meet my friends down there, and it was fabulous.
Did you go to AC?
Well, they're in Ventnor, so they picked me up in AC. But as soon as you get off the train station, there's jitneys waiting there to pick you up and take you to the casinos or whatever. But it was 45 minutes.
Yeah, I do
it was
that
like
every
a little
year.
longer, but it was great.
Can you go any further south than Atlantic City?
No,
That's a shame.
It stops right there at the top. But you can get an Uber. Like I said, the jitneys are there, and we were just talking the other day about the jitney service being extended.
Yeah, there used to be a train service further south too. There is a train station in Cape May with no rails going into Cape May,
and that's where the bike trail is. The bike trail goes right past.
Forgive me for being if I forgot that this was news, but what's the status of the AC airport? Is that?
Oh, I don't know.
Bader Field.
Yeah.
They are looking to turn it into something. They haven't announced what it is yet. I think there's going to be like
Bobby Flay's.
Big old Bobby Flay's.
So it's closed?
No, there's an airport, and then there's Bader Field.
Okay.
Yeah, Bader Field is a baseball, right?
No, I think it was an old airstrip.
Airport / baseball field.
That is now like they use as concert grounds and stuff. Metallica was there for a little while.
Yeah, we're looking at that now.
Do they still do that? Are there concerts there?
I don't know.
I saw Less Than Jake there last summer.
Okay.
Well,
There's
that
a
alone is worth keeping it open so that Less Than Jake has a return.
I believe it was the Atlantic City Surf was their single A ball club, and once managed by Mitch Wild Thing Williams.
Oh, really?
Wow.
The legend.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that old, by the way, Nick, the old railroad by Cape May, you can rent those
push carts.
Yeah. Well, it's not. I think you
bicycle,
pedal it.
you pedal them.
Oh, really?
It looks.
Yeah.
It looks like 10 minutes later you'd go, why did we do that?
There's nothing to look at. You're in like this gross ass marshy. It'd be great if there was like
what are you pedaling? What is it's an actual
it's like a hand cart, but you just use your feet.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, no thanks.
Looks fun for about 10 minutes.
I'll watch other people do it.
And then so the thing you have to remember is
cool.
Where they build railroad tracks,
and not the best parts.
Don't build them in the scenic areas usually. So
they should allow you to do this on active rail lines.
Be great.
Yeah.
If you got to keep up, or you hear the horn coming up behind you. You got to put it into high gear. But yeah, I don't think I would. No. All right, let me see here. So we have other stories from the beach bum.
We're back.
All Jersey Shore stories. All right, we have a follow-up. The Bachelorette, Rachel Recchia, went on her hometown date with contestant Tyler Norris of Rio Grande, Cape May County.
Yeah.
And
where'd they go?
We have a little update on some of that. Fans of the show were treated to a big spoiler for season 19, which airs in July, with co-bachelorette Recchia's visit to Wildwood. I'm assuming you pronounce her name Recchia. I haven't been watching.
Almost killed you.
Wildwood visitors were surprised to find that the boardwalk was up and running before the season had opened.
We'd conjectured as to whether or not they would open it up.
Ben Rose, marketing and public relations director for the Greater Wildwoods Tourism Authority, said we had owners come in and open up their stores.
Knew it.
And we had to open up some amusement rides and some games and make it look like it was in season and that we were open.
I assume they went on the Ferris wheel and he bought a T-shirt that said, "I'm not gay, but $20 is $20."
Yeah, that's a popular one you see outside of the T-shirt shops. I know.
It's disgusting. The T-shirts that just hang there in the front of the stores. I'm like, you got to be kidding.
I agree.
When I was a kid, I bought some of that stuff. The one I was about to say, I realized I can't say on the radio.
Okay, so we will.
It was the Dunkin' Donuts logo turned into something else.
Oh, effing go nuts.
Yeah.
All right, so Ben said they filmed all segments of his hometown and the things that he loves to do. I
love this.
They had a fun day, and
I love ocean.
It was a fun day on the boardwalk, and then afterwards, she went and met his parents.
These are my mommy and daddy.
Rose said that the couple enjoyed funnel cakes.
Funnel cake.
And curly fries.
Curly fries.
They had those at Maury's.
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
I like chocolate.
They had the funnel cakes and curly fries at Maury's Piers, and they played squirt gun games.
Good.
And they rode the carousel.
I love you.
And bumper cars.
Bumper.
Taffy. The Wildwoods Beach Cam captured Rekia running up to Norris and embracing him in front of the Wildwoods sign on the boardwalk. And so apparently there's a live camera, and you can see the Wildwood Boardwalk sign at all times. The only issue during their visit was the weather. Ben Rose said that it was chilly on Monday with Rekia in a trench coat, so he worries that the shots won't be realistic for a July air date.
Realistic. I love the application of that to The Bachelor. We want to make it realistic.
Do you remember we were talking about it that day?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
It was overcast. It wasn't a good-looking beach day at all.
So it is, and this is now the new version where there's a Bachelor and... So what is the change? In this version, they're going to change it a little bit. There are two...
There's two bachelors?
There's two bachelorettes.
I think there's two bachelorettes.
Oh, two bachelorettes.
Right.
Yep. And a whole ton of bachelors. So he reported that the couple shared a kiss after the funnel cakes. What? Yep. Wow. But wonders
I could taste funnel cake.
whether Norris will be the one to claim Rekia's heart or not. He said, I did notice after they got the funnel cake, she kissed him. She turned around and kissed him. And he said,
You make my pee-pee place feel funny.
He said, I don't know who she is going to pick, but she was pretty. What's the word? Amorous, he said. She gave the kiss.
He was describing ice cream.
Yeah.
She gave the kiss right on the lips, apparently.
And then he bummed the Newport off a guy in jorts.
You can't smoke on the boardwalk. So, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out because the episode isn't going to air until July, but they were in Wildwood.
Yeah, it's funny because it's clearly over. We're watching some of the video. It's overcast and it's all, we'll see how they dress it up.
It was cold that day.
Yeah.
It was definitely
Let's
cold.
go in the water.
Yep. So we'll have to wait until the episode airs. All right. Next story for the Beach Bum. Let's get to it.
We're back.
The engine of an aircraft that dates back to World War II was found underwater off the coast of New Jersey earlier this month while a former National Guardsman was out fishing for squid.
Engine.
The discovery was made by fisherman Randy Camp and his captain, Jake Wiscott, and they were out fishing and felt something unusually heavy in their net. When they got the machine out of the ocean, Camp knew pretty quickly that he had come across a cool artifact. And the Naval Air Station Wildwood Aviation Museum, William LaSalle, who is the curator, identified the engine as a Pratt & Whitney 18-cylinder R2-800. And the engine
That's a protocol droid.
Could have been used in different military and commercial aircraft, including the Northrop P-61 Black Widow fighter or the Douglas DC-6, which was used as for a range of cargo, military, and wildfire control purposes.
We're looking at it. It is pretty cool. You can tell what it is.
LaSalle added that the engine could have been from a Grumman F6F Hellcat, a carrier-based fighter aircraft that was used to counter Japan's Mitsubishi A6M0 during the second half of the war in the Pacific. And the museum has an F6F Hellcat on display there. So likely it had been in the Atlantic Ocean for more than 70 years off of Cape May.
That is cool. You know, it amazes me that people go dive that, you know, with the...
Not a lot of visibility.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like diving in Tahiti where you're seeing these World War II aircraft, you know?
I looked into it a couple of years ago, last time that we went diving in Hawaii, and I was like, man, it was so much fun. I would love to do it around here. There's only a handful of them, dive companies that will dive off the Jersey Shore because of the visibility issue. You go up further north, and there's a couple of spots that are better, closer to New York. But they will do it.
There's a company called Can't See Crab out of Newark.
What is it?
Can't See Crab.
Can't See Crab.
Every now and then we get that, that blue water. It's sort of an aberration when it comes into the Jersey Shore, and it actually kind of looks almost Caribbean for 3 or 4 days, and then it goes back to normal brown.
Yep. LaSalle added that the engine could have been from that Grumman F6F Hellcat. And by the way, Cape May was an important stronghold for the U.S. Navy during World War II when it maintained administrative headquarters inside the former Cape May Hotel. And the area was feared to be a target for German submarines and required a strong military presence that effectively replaced the tourism industry until the Navy's withdrawal in 1946.
My father-in-law worked for Grumman on Long Island for the longest time and was involved I remember I'd pass by the whole facility all the time, and they were responsible for doing a lot for the Apollo.
They were in charge of the LEM.
Yeah.
The lunar module.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So the aircraft engine reportedly will need to be cleaned and aired out, but they plan to display it at the museum.
Did you see it was signed by Randy Jackson, Preston?
No.
Yeah.
Well, listen. It's probably all that he had to get signed.
I do the
and
same
you're
thing.
not going to not
do
get
the same thing.
Randy Jackson's autograph, right?
You have to.
All right. Let's see. Other things at the Jersey Shore to share. This is the beach bum. All right. So there's a Jersey Shore shop that focuses on coffee and ice cream, but it's their donuts that earned national acclaim. Drip and Scoop.
Whoa. Drip and Scoop.
A New Jersey coffee shop.
Sounds like syphilis.
Also serves ice cream. Was just named one of the 25 best donut shops in the United States by feastandfield.net.
All right, what town?
There's a few of them. Okay. So
Drip and Scoop.
Feast and Field wrote, dubbed as a hotspot for donut lovers, Ocean City houses this local gem. Drip and Scoop not only specializes in donuts, but scoops ice cream year-round.
Wow.
Or you can dive into an iced coffee served with a donut on your straw. So they have locations in Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 in Ocean City. Case.
Okay, all right. So I mean, and these tend to migrate. They're
closer towards us.
No. Up and down the Jersey Shore. I mean, so there's a Duck Donuts in Avalon, and I think there might be some around here. But the Fractured Prune was the first that I had heard of around the Jersey Shore area, and it's same thing. It's just it's a boutique donut shop. So that was in Ocean City, and then they opened another one, and then there's Naughty Donuts, naughty, but naughty as in like nautical. And then but we're in like Wildwood. I think, man, there isn't there.
Huh?
You were having this conversation with Nick Elmy about Curiosity Donuts when he did a pop-up of that. You were begging him to open up a
Wildwood needs a boutique donut shop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how about you and Preston? You're down there.
It's funny. I have had 1,000 different
effing nuts, you can call it.
No, mine was Holy Donuts.
Holy Donuts.
And that whole HOLE.
You got to go to that A-frame house that you're talking about.
Yeah. So my idea was to have a Whole E Donuts. And then to offer donut delivery services.
How far out? 100 miles?
No. Just if it was in Wildwood, just to the Wildwoods.
All right.
And you could only have your donuts delivered if you ordered the night before.
And what kind of investment are you asking from Preston?
I'm just $1 million, for 1% stake.
And yes, we should crowd.
We're going Shark Tank.
1% stake.
Sharks. Donuts at the shore.
I'm out.
I feel like it's usually $200,000 for 20%.
Yeah, well,
That's a good
I'd
Shark
rather
Tank
do
number.
$1 million for 1%. No, it's just like,
it's a dream. Since you were a kid, it's been a dream of yours.
It's ever since I was a kid, like 5 years ago.
I wanted to have a donut place on the Jersey Shore. Listen, if you, so it seems like, and I'm not out there a lot, but it seems like if you can, you get one of these things to strike. Now, would something like this be only successful in season.
Yeah,
Or
and that's
a
the
lot of these
problem.
places just stop, right?
And that's why I wouldn't want to do an investment down the shore is because you are really, really dependent.
Would you consider reducing that $1 million investment?
Yes. Memorial Day to Labor Day is where you really need to make your money. And if you
Right.
don't, like, you're screwed.
And you're weather dependent. Obviously, you can put umbrellas over the donuts.
Right.
By the way, with a name like Holy Donuts, would you have any religious-based donut
yes,
attractions?
I
would think.
The golf cart.
The crucifixion crawler? Or?
The golf cart would have a halo over it, but the halo would be a donut.
Right.
I like that.
Right?
I like
Jesus Christ, that's a great donut.
Yeah, that's the
Right?
quote.
Yeah.
Christ, that's a great donut. The full-service coffee and dairy bar, by the way, we're going back to this one, Drip and Scoop, which NewJersey.com's Pete Genovese has previously named one of the best donut shops in New Jersey. Does standard donut flavors like old-fashioned, cinnamon, sugar, and chocolate, but
looks good.
Drip and Scoop also has specialty flavors like cotton candy, s'mores, chocolate peanut butter, and vanilla coconut. So that's kind of
gets
your
me hungry.
boutique donuts.
This is a lot like the Fart and Squirt.
The Fart and Squirt?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's another place. It's a chocolate place.
It's a lot like Drip and Scoop, Fart and Squirt. The vanilla coconut sounds like a good one, right, Nick?
Oh, well, I don't mind coconut in my coffee, like coconut flavoring. It's the
actual
coconut
pieces?
texture. Yeah. That's where I'm out.
Okay.
I guess I could stomach one of these.
Premium flavors include peanut butter cup and maple bacon.
Oh man.
The shop's website even takes flavor requests. Yeah, they said if you want if you want to suggest flavors, they can
And ask them to take away flavors.
They can maybe get. Well, I don't know about
Stop
that.
making that.
Yeah.
So my other venture, Steve, that I wanted to do is I wanted to, and so there's a new hotel that's being built in Diamond Beach called Mahalo.
Yeah.
And they're doing exactly what I wanted to do, which is offer for its hotel residents like the jitney service to and from the boardwalk, which I thought would be a great, and then also offer like bike rentals for people as well. Like, I don't know exactly to
Why
what
are you
extent.
giving away these multi-million-dollar ideas?
Because I'm just an idea guy. I'm an idea guy with no action.
Right.
You
know what I
should
mean?
charge for those ideas, though.
Right.
You know what I mean? Say, listen, pay me, and I'll give you some great ideas. You just don't tell them what the ideas are ahead of time. They just have to trust you.
Set
and
up
pay
that
you
A-frame,
first.
Preston,
Yeah.
right on by the maybe somewhere on the way. Sign out front ideas.
Ideas.
So that A-frame,
People
my
walk in, and you just have.
It's like Lucy from the Peanuts with the stand she sets up. Free advice.
5 cents.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
The A is backwards, but
Great
it doesn't
ideas.
really matter.
Yeah,
because
you're
it
right.
just-
Yeah.
But my idea for that A-frame house that's sold in Wildwood was to turn that into a pizza place because it looks like a slice of pizza, right?
That was his idea. Another one right there.
So
I like the idea for the idea.
I guess
guy.
this is give it away for free day.
Yeah.
Because you're losing millions of dollars.
My idea for opening up a Soarin' ride in Philadelphia, by the way, they have one in New York that just opened up.
And we're talking about from Lord of the Rings.
No. Lord Soren.
Like the movies.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, that's.
As you fly above the hobbit houses, the smell of peat enters your nostrils. Not Pete Moss, Pete. He works in the town. It's horrible body odor.
He doesn't shower much, no. All right. Anyhow, that's it. We got to wrap up this segment of the Beach Bum, but I like this, Marissa. So very cool segment to roll out for the first time. All things Jersey Shore. And hopefully you got something out of it. Listen, we do need to take a break because we need to stay on time for a few things. We have, of course, MMR's Concert Cash coming up. But Kathy Romano is out of the studio today. It is Kathy's Cuts event that is taking place.
It's a big day.
She is at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. The other location where cuts are taking place is David Arnold Hair Salon in Jenkintown. We thank everybody involved for this. But we will find out how things are going in a little bit. We'll come back with the Bizarre File as well. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
You guys are mean.
The one thing is that the baby can immediately forage for itself when it comes out.
There is a picture here of the 4 girls, and she is significantly taller.
Significantly.
I'm a little bigger.
And you know they're wearing heels, Kathy.
Yeah.
when she gets into her laughing fit, man,
she's so
watch
Can't
out.
stop. It's a runaway train. Her gynecologist actually zip lines in. It's crazy. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Is that a stalagmite? What is that? Oh my God. One-eyed Willie.
Chester Copperpot.
There's an entire pirate ship in here. Hey, you remember when we fought that octopus? Oh, that was in the edited scene.
Yeah, they took that out of the movie.
Instead of the Gooeys instead of the Goonies.
She's really pretty.
She has.
She's yes.
She doesn't look anything like she used to look. My assistant. Come on over here, man.
Hey,
look
Sloth,
at this.
come
Yeah. Look at this. Navajo cave etchings.
Then when they have to do the look around the back end.
Goonies taking place inside Khloe Kardashian. Quickly, hide in the fallopian tubes. I'll use my chattering teeth to pull us up.
Oh, God. All right. So anyhow,
Okay.
they'll name the boy, if it's a boy, Tristan Jr.
Okay, cute.
Just to let you know. Here's another bit of trivia for National Trivia Day. Long before rap battles, there was flighting, the exchange of witty, insulting verses. The verbal throwdowns were popular in England and Scotland from the 5th to 16th centuries. So it was kind of like, your mama jokes, I guess,
Yeah.
going back and forth, but back in the 5th to 16th
Your mater
centuries.
gives handies to the house staff.
Your mater.
Your mater. Your mater inhales snuff through her buttocks.
Burn.
Got you.
Dude, you know what that made me think of? Is we talked about knock jokes being a big thing in the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah.
And you were FDR.
He was trying to
doing a knock. Who's that? Your mother manually stimulates migrant workers. Oh my God! Yeah, so they it was called flighting.
Yeah,
fighting,
and they would jab do little jabs at each other.
Your mater is so corpulent, when she sits around the house, the spire sticks in her rectum. Snap.
Oh, snap. Oh my God! All right, so that's what they used to do, apparently. So that's been going on for a long time.
I think we talked about this one time. The history of humor and what makes us want to laugh and makes us want to make others laugh, and it goes back. A lot of times, the basis of everything is in insults.
I felt like an idiot yesterday because my 8-year-old daughter got me with a little bit of a joke.
Did she?
Yeah, can I get you with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, righty. Steve, would you remember me in an hour?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a day?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a month?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I thought you said you would remember.
got me.
Snap! I was like, how did I fall for that?
My daughter got me one yesterday too, which was what do you call a suspicious noodle?
What?
An impasta.
I was like, spaghetti?
All right.
It's like beef stroganoff.
Yeah.
Why?
A herd of jerking cattle.
Beef stroganoff. Or did you hear about the peanut walking through the park? It was assaulted. I mean, they're so stupid.
I know, and they're great.
Yeah.
I don't even necessarily know how to verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you were,
like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced
Okay.
pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal
Can
for
you
it.
describe it, please, for
All right,
those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an
It's a
older couple. Married couple that has made up, and they're dancing. They're wearing Eagles gear. She's got a cool little Eagles tinsel wig on, and Steve,
Yeah.
I know you love
I'm
tinsel.
a huge fan of tinsel.
Right.
And they're making up their own Eagles song.
So you hate this elderly couple because they've made up their own Eagles song?
I think it's a lame song.
So what? They're having fun.
You know what? And you're right. They are having fun.
Here, Marissa, pull the audio. She heard us talking about this in the break, so she pulled up the audio. I haven't heard this. I've just seen this video footage that we're watching right now. So here we go. This is them, and their Casey says lame Eagles fight song.
Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Get behind this, right?
Fly all the way up.
I agree with you, Kathy. Yes, they're having fun.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
I I love the genuine zeal, the energy. What you don't know is that this woman is an Army veteran who donates her time on the... No, I don't know what the story is. They're having a great time.
Yes.
I was trying to run a CSI diagnosis or analysis of, I think, what... These are clearly... long-time Eagles fans.
They're really happy.
Really entrenched in it. Are you more pissed off about what you perceive to be bandwagon jumpers? Okay, then I'm at a loss.
I just don't. Why do you have to make this a lame song? We have a good song.
But they're not.
They're having fun. They're a couple. They're having
And you know
fun.
what, Kathy? I'm with you. I am
Listen, they're
totally
not
with
out
you.
performing it somewhere.
Fly all the way up. Well, yes, they are.
They're
And
in
now
their
it's
house.
on my Twitter feed.
Let me
I have
ask
no
you
control.
something. In defense, and
Yes.
Kathy, I know you're going to back me up on this. What do Eagles do?
They fly all the way up.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And then they also swoop down and
Wait,
listen,
I love
you
his
know.
participation. Where there's like one time where he's like,
Yeah, that's it.
Well, listen, I don't think they're trying to rewrite the Eagles fight song. They're just having some fun.
Listen, and I know because I bought the stinking dog mask. And anybody that wants to criticize the dog mask craze, I say, shut up. We're just having fun. You know what I mean?
You're contradicting
I'm
yourself
totally
here.
contradicting myself.
He's admitting the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a completely visceral level,
Yeah.
and you don't understand it.
Right.
Is it all just based on the fact that you think this song sucks?
Yeah, I think.
When I think it's brilliant?
Well, all right. So I think I'm mad about the song because it was presented to me, and I believe it was presented to me on Twitter. Like, dude, this is great.
What do you mean? It was posted.
No, yeah, but it was somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
So somebody added me, and they're
Great
like,
as in-
"This is great," and I was expecting it to be like this awesome song, and then I click on it, I'm like, "Oh,
That's not their fault. It's the person who sent it to you.
I think what they meant by
Yeah.
this is great is look at this older couple having fun. That's
Yeah.
probably what it means.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
way up."
Did you see?
Fly all the way up.
I love that.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Come on, Eagles,
wanna
do
hear
your
his.
thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Wait,
love it.
it's not even a whole yet.
It's like this.
Well,
It's like, yeah.
I'm on camera too.
it almost sounds like a someone from Maine. Yep.
Yep.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Can we have some goddamn dinner now?
We should try and start a new chant. I think this one is
S-E-A-G. No, not Seagull?
no, not seagulls. No, fly all the way up.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Hang on, we have the actual.
Fly all
You've
the
come
way
around
up.
on this, haven't you?
We have the.
Fly all the way up.
I think we have the song that
All right.
that inspired the
Come
whole thing.
on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring.
Wait, here's
Fly all the way up.
that's part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just, I've been with this woman for 33 years, and every day is a living hell.
Here we go.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. All the way up. Nothing
I hear his
can stop
part
me.
now.
I'm all the way up.
All right, so that's what it came from.
I hear his part now.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? Is the dinner ready? Yeah. They're an adorable couple. They're having a blast. Yeah.
Well, I think that is the guy filming. The guy in the background, I don't think
Doesn't
he
ever
does
say anything.
I don't think he does anything.
He is dancing.
He is dancing,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
Is this song done now? Did we win the Super Bowl? Yeah.
Have you seen these tattoos that people will get of waveforms?
Of what now? And
you can use an app on your phone that reads the waveform and actually plays your tattoo. A gal got a tattoo, a waveform tattoo of the last voicemail that her grandmother left her before she died.
That's freaking wild.
And it was like, hey, honey, just wanted to call and say hi. All right, I'll talk to you later, something like that. And so she took the digital waveform, which any digital audio equipment, you visually see a waveform, and they managed to tattoo it. Here's a video of it up here on the monitor here, Steve. And they tattoo it on their skin, and then you hold this app up to it, and it reads it and plays it. How?
In their voice?
In their voice.
Shut.
Because the waveform is precise to the the
tonal quality of the voice.
And it's amazing. Now, my question is how long is that going to last? That tattoo is eventually going to, bleed a little bit in the size.
Hi, sweetie, I just called
But
now I regret getting that tattoo.
But it's pretty amazing.
Probably should have watched my weight.
Yeah.
I see it's grandma talking.
There's stretch mark for us in the middle of it.
Yeah, put it in a spot that's not, put it like on your gut or anything.
Yeah, something that's not going to expand or contract over time.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Talk about a tattoo that has some meaning.
Yeah.
And that can be converted to the audio is very cool. Even still, just a visual representation of your loved one's voice.
I just don't understand how that works, how it's their actual voice and not, do you know what I mean? Like,
because the waveform is now it may be what happens is, I don't know the specifics. In the perfect scenario, the waveform represents exactly all the tonal
We are approaching 8, so that means it is time to do this.
WMMR's Concert Cash.
Now, here's your concert cash keyword.
The word is conquest, spelled CONQUEST. We're going to give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it, the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry will win $500 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMRBQ. Winners get the call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by AAA Distributor. So keep that in mind. We'll give you until 15 minutes after the hour to get us the word conquest. CONQUEST. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I didn't mean to do the bizarre file.
What happened? What happened?
I meant to do this.
Almost cut my hair.
That's what I meant to do. So I told Kathy we would go to her, and I never, ever lie.
Oh, she's going to hate you
the
now.
Schmuggums. So we got to make sure that we do that first. So, Kathy, Gravity Hair Salon, how things going?
It's going great. And me and the listener that I'm standing next to, both of us, our hands went up and head went back when you did the bizarre file. I'm like, they're not coming to us? What's your name?
Craig Powell.
And is this your first time donating your hair?
Third time donating, first time as a part of Kathy's Cuts.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. You also come to the Camp Out for Hunger and the blood drive every year.
Yep. I'll see you at the blood drive in June.
And so what made you cut your hair today?
So I'd had a friend in school that had childhood cancer, and it's something that my last 2 donations have been in his memory because he unfortunately had cancer again and suddenly passed a few years back. So I'm donating in my friend Andrew Volante's memory.
Well, thank you so much for coming out. And how much hair were you able to cut off?
I was able to get 14 inches. I was not sure when coming in that I was going to have that much to offer, but Joe did a good job, and I've got a great style coming out. A lot more than I was expecting when I came in. I was expecting just to tell him, just go ahead and buzz it off and get as much as you can. Go right to the scalp. But no, he gave me a real nice style. I'm happy with this.
Well, you look great. Thank you so much. I'm glad we're here in honor of your friend and some other people who who need wigs, and that's what Wigs for Kids does, and they do it at no cost to the children and their families.
Kathy, will there be before and after photos? Because I want to see what his hair looked like beforehand. We're looking at video of it right now, and it's a good-looking haircut, but I have to see that. I got to see that big mane that he had before he had it taken off.
I'll have to email in a photo. I didn't take a photo before.
All right. Okay.
But I think we are getting before and after photos. We have tons of photos. And just one more person I want to talk to. What's your name?
Karen.
And Karen just cut off how many inches?
I think like 17.
Whoa,
17
my goodness.
Inches, 17 inches of hair. Yeah. And are you okay with this short hairdo?
Oh, yeah. It'll be back by the end of summer.
So the last time she cut her hair was our last Kathy's Cuts, which was in 2000. What was it? Yeah.
2019?
She knows, I don't. Yes, 2019. And she had 17 inches to donate. So, yeah, we're doing great out here. Actually, they're doing great out here, all the people coming in with this long hair.
To be honest, Kathy, when you first mentioned that they were modifying the length of hair that they were looking for, I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's going to be problematic. Yeah. But then there are a lot of people that just been sort of waiting for this very day to occur so they could be a part of it. And, inspiring stories. And when you talk about what this hair is going for, because one person had tweeted out and they were quite curious what the exact purpose of it is. Just explain again what this hair is used for.
Yeah, so so the reason it has to be a certain length and it can't be bleached and it can't have too much gray in it is because they actually use the hair to make the wig. So some of the other organizations will take shorter hair, but they're offsetting the cost and they're doing something else with the hair. So Wigs for Kids actually takes the 14 inches of hair that you donate and they will put it into a wig, and I believe, I have to look again, but I believe it's like 5 or 6 ponytails makes one wig. So they need a lot of hair. So this long, healthy, clean hair that comes in, they're able to make these wigs for the kids, and the kids get the wigs at no cost to their families.
Excellent. Okay, and we'll talk to Jeffrey Paul, who is the founder of Wigs for Kids, a little bit later on in the program. All right, Kath, we'll check in with you a little bit later on. It is
Cut my hair.
Kathy's Cuts that is taking place. It's very much look forward to, and I love the people that essentially save up their hair.
How wonderful.
They grow it and wait.
Do you want me to rewind to the bizarre file?
Yes, please rewind.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site, delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. All right, boy, we're going to start with a doozy.
All right, let her rip.
Horrible story. The well-respected parents of a woman who suffered from what is called locked-in syndrome and was found dead, fused to a living room couch, covered in insects and her own bodily fluids, are facing second-degree murder charges. Sheila and Clay Fletcher will face a grand jury after their 36-year-old daughter, Lacey Ellen, was found partially naked, sitting upright, and submerged in a hole in a couch covered from head to toe in urine, liquid feces, and insect bites, with live bugs and rodent excrement nearby at their otherwise tidy home in Slaughter, Louisiana.
Sounds beautiful.
Oh, my God. So coroner Dr. Ewell Dewitt Bickham said the scene was sickening. I've seen some horrible things in my life, but nothing like this. He added that she had bed sores that went all the way down to her bone. This is just horrible.
just absolutely unbelievably reprehensible.
So Lacey suffered from what's called locked-in syndrome, a rare neurological disorder characterized by complete paralysis of voluntary muscles except those that control the eyes.
God.
So this person is just trapped in their own body.
A vegetative state, and they're letting it happen.
But yeah, I don't know if vegetative or not. I don't know if they have the cognitive abilities or not. They just can't move anything.
If you're in this state, I'd prefer that you were not aware of it.
Yeah, I agree, Steve, because that would be the ultimate torture. Police arrived at the ranch-style home in the suburb north of Baton Rouge on January 3rd to find the ghastly scene after the parents called 911 because Lacey wasn't breathing. The parents were supposed to be the girl's care providers, but Bickham said that she had not been to a physician in 20 years. When he arrived at the home, he described the stench being so bad that it would almost run you out of the house. He knew that it was a potential crime scene and immediately called his detective. The parents were in the kitchen. They did not have an explanation. He ruled her death a homicide because of death as a medical negligent case. Sheila Fletcher has worked with police and a court clerk and more recently as an assistant to the city's prosecutor. Clay Fletcher is an officer of the nonprofit Baton Rouge Civil War Roundtable, which has a mission to educate and foster an appreciation for the sacrifices made by all during the Civil War. So they work for these respected organizations.
They're conducting their lives while she's rotting on the couch.
Today, Bickham will present the case to a grand jury in the hopes of charging the parents in the death of their daughter. Negligent homicide is 0 to 5 years, manslaughter 0 to 40 years, and second degree is life in prison. She said, I will ask for second degree because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
They robbed her of her life.
Just horrible, horrible, horrible story.
Horrible.
All right. Emergency crews responded to an area crash of Midtown Atlanta Saturday evening after a traffic crash involving at least 15 people. Atlanta police said that a pedal pub, which is a vehicle where several passengers pedal on a large-scale bike while often consuming alcohol, is the root of the cause. The road was blocked off from traffic. Dude, this was bad, okay?
Yes.
So the vehicle can carry up to 15 passengers, had multiple people on board. As the peddlers were negotiating a turn, it toppled over. 15 people all went to the hospital. 5 of them were badly hurt. 2 of them in critical condition.
The one thing I'm trying to figure out is with the way I've seen those things laid out, how it would tip over.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a little top heavy.
Yeah.
Whatever, but I guess they took a sharp turn or something like that. It toppled over and they were hurt really bad. Police said the mobile pub was the only vehicle involved in the incident, and they are obviously investigating that.
I was on one of those pedal colonoscopy machines. Where you travel around, and that was dangerous. But this is crazy.
A Florida woman suspected of drunk driving performed multiple ballet and Irish folk dance moves while undergoing field sobriety tests after rear-ending a vehicle late Wednesday evening.
You boys a fan of Riverdance?
Amy Ann Harrington was arrested on a DUI charge following a crash near her residence.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Police allege that Harrington showed multiple signs of impairment during roadside sobriety tests.
And now my tribute to Sid Charisse.
Harrington smelled of alcohol, had slurred speech, and was unsteady on her feet. When asked to perform one-legged stand and walk and turn tests, Harrington instead broke out her cross-disciplinary dance moves. Harrington, who refused to take a breath test, was charged with a pair of misdemeanors and booked into the county jail. Harrington, who works for a St. Petersburg bar and grill, was arrested for DUI in 2019 following a car crash.
Do you think if you're a good enough dancer, you could dissuade them from arresting you? Like if you really just wowed them?
There's that old Reno 911 clip where she's giving him the test and he starts doing these dance, or she makes him do dance moves. And the next thing you know, he's like this amazing dancer. I love that bit. So anyhow, she subsequently copped to a reduced charge of reckless driving in her first DUI case. We'll see how this one goes. Months after their son was shot and killed and the investigation didn't lead anywhere, the mother, in this case, took the case into her own hands and started looking for the culprit. The search ended when the mother shot a woman she mistakenly took for the person responsible for her son's death.
My bad.
The 65-year-old man from Norfolk, Virginia, and his longtime partner lost their son in March 2021 after he was shot and killed in Cleveland, Ohio. The father told investigators he was not satisfied with the investigation into their son's death and said his partner's mental state had been collapsing ever since then.
Oh, boy.
The man said that his partner told him that she would kill the person responsible for their son's death if she ever found them. During their investigation, detectives said they found a blue notebook with handwritten notes from the mother who, with loose pieces of paper covered with names, addresses, phone numbers, travel directions, and other personal information.
I wonder what level of certitude she would need before she shot somebody.
The notes showed the mother planned to kill the woman that she believed was responsible for her son's death and then die by suicide.
I'm reasonably sure.
In November of last year, the mother shot someone named Chelsea, a woman that she mistakenly identified as her son's killer.
I'm 2 for 0.
On the night of November 5th, Chelsea was home cooking in her kitchen when she heard a knock at the door. When she looked through the peephole, she saw what seemed to be a UPS delivery person who claimed to have a package for her. She opened the door. The mother, who was wearing a uniform, pointed a gun at her and shot her. The woman ran up the stairs to lock herself into the bedroom with one of her family members yelling, "I've been shot. I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't have opened the door." Apparently, the woman later told police that the mother had spray painted the word pig on one of her family members' vehicles months prior. During an interview with detectives, the father said earlier that day that he and his partner were sightseeing in Washington, D.C. The man said his partner then suggested visiting her friend Chelsea, adding that she had a package for her. When his partner got out of the car to drop off the package in question, he said that he couldn't see where she went, but heard 2 gunshots. Shortly after, the mother walked back to the car with the box still in her hand and said, "Let's go."
So this sounds like the despair has driven this person crazy.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
The couple quickly changed their vehicle's license plate from the Arkansas one to Virginia plates, but they were pulled over by the police mere moments later after he made an illegal turn. By the way, Chelsea was taken to the hospital. She survived her injuries.
Thank God.
And the mother died of suicide days later.
Wow.
Yeah. Detectives said they found no information that suggested the woman was involved in the couple's son's death. The father pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact to assault with intent to kill.
None of this ended well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a pretty messed up story. And that's why it's in the bizarre file.
It was a powerful one. It was like a powerful episode of The Nanny.
All right, so we have 2 minutes left for you to enter the word conquest. You better get on it now. It's for MMR's Concert Cash Conquest. We want you to win that money and those tickets, so do it now. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. When we return, a very good friend, I believe Mr. Mark Summers, will be in our studio, and more of Kathy's Cuts and so on. Mark is in the Acme Lounge, so we'll get him in here in the studio in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Plays it back through a stored recording that matches that waveform.
Let's find out. I'm looking it up right now.
Because it almost seems...
Where are my cookies?
Yeah, it almost seems impossible. And yeah, you want them, you want the waveform in their best.
Right, yeah.
I have to piss.
It's great hearing him again.
You don't want me dead. You can have my money, you blood-sucking bastards.
I also like to look at animated feature film because
Yes.
we watch a lot of animated movies in my house. The Boss Baby. Nick, you liked that, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
I saw it. It's funny. It's funny for adults.
Yeah.
The Breadwinner.
Oh, is that one of those lame ones?
And from Czechoslovakia, the breadwinner.
I didn't know you spoke Czech.
They show a clip or something. You don't even know what it is.
It's the Czech Republic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the cashier's
But
Czech
Steve's
Republic.
right. This is a headstrong young girl from Afghanistan. She disguises herself as a boy and blah, blah, blah.
All right, the Breadwinner.
Because she wants to learn and then go to school and go to college and have a life. Shut up.
Okay.
Kathy, Coco's on here.
Yay, that was so good. I loved it.
Yay. That was so good.
I like two chickens to Coco, please.
Is that really how it sounds?
It's two chickens to Coco. I think you need the photosensitive screening.
It's fine. I hate myself.
I like Coco.
So Coco's on there.
It was very good.
Ferdinand, which none of us have seen.
It's John Cena doing the voice of the Ferdinand the Bull.
I would like to see that. And then Loving Vincent. That's got to be another one of those, right?
Yep.
From Romania, Loving Vincent.
Get that bear.
It's about Vincent Van Gogh?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a great cartoon.
Boring.
Yeah. Maybe one of the guys from The Bachelor would be there.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love you. I cut my ear off.
Saoirse Ronan's in that too.
He has a talking cat.
I love it.
Oh, this is rotoscoped. So the process of rotoscoping is taking live film and coloring it in.
Oh.
It's not even animation. Shut up.
All right, stop me on a category that you care about. All right, foreign language film editing, production design, costume design.
Ooh.
She's back.
Ooh, I say Coco.
All right, here we go. Beauty and the Beast.
You know what?
They had great outfits in there.
I was a sucker for that. But did you see it?
I didn't see it. No,
Kathy,
I didn't see it.
I was not, I wouldn't say I was resisting it, but I'm like, how are they going to improve on the original French version?
Right.
And then the animated version? They did a great job.
All right, so this is a costume design. Darkest Hour, Phantom Thread, Why does it have an L there? It's The Shape of Water.
The Shape of Elvis.
No, it was L, The Shape of Water.
Okay.
And Victoria and Abdul. I don't know that one.
That's the Queen Victoria goes to like
Right.
Iran or something.
Okay. Makeup and hairstyling.
Nah.
Original score.
Yes, yes.
And
Michael Giacchino.
Michael Giacchino has anything on here. I don't know.
He did Coco.
Coco. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Preston and Steve Show in Philadelphia, Kathy Romano. The world of animation is a wonderful world.
All right. Here are the original score. Dunkirk. Lisa Marie Presley.
Wow.
Lisa Marie turns 50 years old.
That's right. It's little Lisa Marie.
Yeah, little.
It's okay. It's okay. She's 14.
Well, it was a different time.
It was a
back
different
then,
time, man, when you could date a 14-year-old and have sex with a monkey in the room.
Well, this is his daughter. This is the king's daughter, Lisa Marie, not Scylla.
Scylla, yeah.
So
I get them all confused.
I know. But she is, she's turning 50 years old today, so it's a big one for her.
Now, she was married to Michael Jackson and Randy Keough.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's Randy Keough?
I think
Danny,
that's
guy or
Danny Keough.
Danny Keough.
Yeah, and then she was also married to Nicolas Cage, and then she was married to a guy named Michael Lockwood, and
It's a whole morass of stuff.
currently single.
She participated in probably one of the most awkward kisses ever televised, which
Yeah.
was the MTV. And he said it wouldn't last. Look, I'm hetero.
It was so weird. It was so weird.
Look, I can kiss chicks. All right, here we go.
Let's just count down.
It took every bit of effort.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I did it.
Oh, Jesus. That's what's going through his head.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy. Your little... I did it.
You donked it. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
They said it wouldn't last. In your face. I'm a little boy forever.
Has she ever said anything?
She says, she actually says it was a good relationship, like a regular relationship. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's how he powers through.
Your little boy, your little boy.
All right, here you go. Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
All right, jeez.
It's like when we were eating the surströmming.
Yeah, you're like,
all right.
This is prime rib. This is prime rib.
And there's only one waterbed store in New Jersey. And they have, I'm looking up the pricing, but it's conveniently located near Route 1 and 287.
That's when you call it.
Yes, hello. Close to yes, hello. What? That's a pizza place. You got the wrong number.
Hang on, let me.
What a message! Yes, hello. Can I help you? Yes, Blue Night. Yes, we have them, and we're open.
It's like.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard you yell into that filtered microphone for it.
Go ahead, kid.
He's looking for it. Hang on a second.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds. We have them. Waterbeds, hello.
hear the receiver.
Falling on the floor.
Yes, hello.
Wait a minute. Do it with the receiver.
All right,
There we go. All right.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds, we got them.
I don't know. That's got to be a lonely gig.
I grew up, where in St. Louis there was a place called the Waterbed Store, and they had several locations around the city and everything.
Yes, hello. Yeah, who is it? What? No, wrong number.
Damn it.
They sell them on Amazon.
Please stand, please. Yes, we're open. You just say, I'll come to you.
Is this the Waterbed Store?
Don't even drive here. I'll come to you. Where are you?
Jim, I'm gonna go to Jim. Uses a waterbed still. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I own a waterbed. I use it every night.
Oh no, we're talking about waterbeds, not waterbeds.
Different product.
Different product.
What is
Jim,
that?
how long have you had it?
20 years.
Yeah, Jim, is that you? You want to buy another one? Jim!
I had to buy another one about 3 years ago and had to order it from California.
Okay.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
He's the last waterbed owner.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
By the way, here's a text that says Jordan Woods is her best friend. How do you report on them all the time and not know this? I don't pay attention to
Yes,
my reports.
of course.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this
I
is
just
all-
report this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
Our goal is to not retain any of
At
this.
6:58, we have forgotten everything about the Giants.
Absolutely.
And that's the way it should
Well,
be.
Jordan Woods was never, ever spoken on this show.
What?
No, I don't know the name Jordan Woods either.
I'm sure at some time or another. We'll
If
probably
I
say-
have, I think through therapy I was able to forget it.
But anyhow, as Kylie's baby news took over the internet, her mom, Chris, was whooping it up
Jesus Christ.
at Chrissy Teigen and John Legend's house.
Stop it.
And they were watching the Super Bowl. But it looks like... Hold on. It looks like Jenner may have had too much fun. Tegan shared a shot of a broken table on Snapchat explaining that Jenner crashed into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kris Jenner smashed into the table, apparently, and took it out while
Oh no, that's my favorite table.
that's while she was whooping,
Shelbyville, isn't it?
whooping it up. Our next guest is an accomplished writer and director. A couple little things you may have heard of before, like Loopers and Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And we you want me to play his case? There you go. Need a fanfare when we bring somebody on board. But he is here to promote the film Knives Out, which is star-studded, looks really, really cool. Please welcome writer and director Ryan Johnson.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing great, President. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. We're excited about this.
Tremendously.
We're fans of the murder mystery, the whodunits, and all that, and you just don't see them that often. And
this style, because in the vein of Agatha Christie and in the vein of 12 Little Indians, Murder on the Orient Express, the Hitchcock, that sort of stuff. And when they're done well, there's nothing like them. They just totally bring you in.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite genres, man. Like I grew up reading Agatha Christie's books. I grew up reading like the movies based on them, and it's so much like everybody loves a good murder mystery, like a good whodunit, you know?
Oh, absolutely. And what also is one of the few that allows for great ensemble work.
Yes. Yeah. You got like a rogues gallery of suspects.
Yeah.
The idea with this movie was let's do a star-studded cast. It's kind of like old school like that. Let's have it be so like everyone who pops up on screen, you're like, oh, it's that person.
Let me rattle off the names, okay, for those who may not be familiar. Christopher Plummer, Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Michael Shannon, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, who's been doing some great stuff.
The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Frank Oz, even.
Yeah, we got Frank in there.
Awesome.
Christopher Plummer.
The
great Christopher Plummer.
The legend, yeah.
And it's exactly, also you get a chance to, with a cast like that, and Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, I remember when I first saw the original Murder on the Orient Express, and that actually got me reading Agatha Christie. you can high concept characters a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. They're just on the verge of caricature. You can really, and that's the thing with this. It's a fun movie, and the cast, all of these stars, they just showed up ready to play. They're having a blast. You know.
I love Daniel Craig. And Chris Evans looks to be.
He's playing a jerk. He's playing a real jerk.
And savoring. Everyone seems to say Michael Shannon is super intense, and yet he gets to.
Oh, he's having fun. Daniel Craig. If you just know him from the Bond movies, you would think he's a really serious, intense guy. He is so much fun in real life. He's like a blast, and he's having a ball in this movie.
So what's it like? I would imagine you have scenes where everybody's in it at the same time.
Those are my favorite ones.
What's that got to be like? That where in between takes where these people are just kind of it's got to be fun.
It was a party, man.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, we shot in a house in Massachusetts. It's like in a murder mystery mansion, but we were in like a real house, and so everyone liked each other. And in between takes, people wouldn't like go back to their trailers and get on their cell phones. They would all go down in the basement of this house, like around the pool table, and hang out.
Exactly what you want.
It was like summer camp for movie stars. It was great. It was really fun. So, and I think you can see on screen how much fun everyone's having.
The conceit is a celebrated writer, 85 years old, I guess. He's having a birthday. The family's a little disenfranchised. He wants to bring them together, reunite them. And in classic fashion, he ends up dead.
Yep.
And and then you have your but all the tropes that should be there are there. You know.
Yeah. And in a lot of ways, it's very traditional. Yeah, exactly.
Kathy's Cuts is happening as we speak, and she is at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth meeting. We just had you speaking with some people who cut off what, Kathy, like 17 inches of hair?
Yep. And a woman just walked in, and she said that the last time she cut her hair was the last event that we had. So I think a lot of people doing that and, have more than the 14 inches that they require. I mean, they technically require 12, but they prefer 14 inches. And people coming in, we spoke to that other girl last time. She had 17 inches.
Wow.
And the woman who just walked in, like I said, definitely has more than 14 inches of hair ready to donate.
Nice. And so for an operation like this, how many hairstylists are in there? It's a ton, right?
What do we have here? Wait, we have 6. I think there's 8 here, and I think there's 7 over at David Arnold Hair Salon.
I thought it was more than that. So these guys are working, they're like just nonstop.
Around the clock.
Yeah.
Conveyor belt style.
Yeah, they just keep, when they're finished, the next person gets in their chair and they start on a new person. Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. All right. Well, it's going great guns. We're full, and we're going to keep checking back. Anybody want to hit or plug at this point in time?
Yeah, of course, Dunkin'. Everybody's enjoying coffee and bagels and donuts. So thank you so much to Dunkin'. They, support us in whatever we do, and they're at both salons. And then True Beauty Concepts. There's gift bags for everybody who donates. And I just went through the gift bags. There's awesome stuff in there. It's not like, just throwaway things that they throw in there. They have some really good hair products that they're leaving with. And if you want more information about what we're doing, of course, it's on PrestonandSteve.com. But who is benefiting from it is Wigs for Kids, and you can donate on your own if you're not able to get in on our event. And you go to wigsforkids.org.
All right, excellent, Kath. We'll check back in a few, and we're also going to talk to the founder of Wigs for Kids, Jeffrey Paul, a little bit later on. But in the meantime, we have a gentleman who is welcome anytime. In fact, we've given him a key to the executive washroom.
Absolutely.
So at any point in time, you could walk in the door and see him sitting on the toilet. It's just what we wanted to do.
He doesn't even have to go.
No, he doesn't. Mark Summers is here.
Man, I haven't been to one of these therapy sessions in over 3 years. It's unbelievable.
It's what it is, right?
It really is.
We get stuff out in the open here.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of stuff. I have nothing to plug. I have nothing to talk about, so I'm very curious to see, being the experts that you are, where we're going with this whole thing.
Well, first we want to see how you are doing and how's your health and all that stuff.
It's not been good. I'm going to be totally honest.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I had the worst case of COVID. Insane. I was in bed for a month.
Whoa.
Yeah, and part of the reason I'm here in Philly is I haven't seen my oncologist in over 3 years, and I just got to find out what's wrong with me. I can't seem to
Did you have the long COVID?
Well, I was so bad, and they gave me that Pfizer pill deal.
Yeah.
And it was, it almost took me out.
Yeah.
The pain, muscle and bones. I would wake up every morning at 3 in the morning and went out. I was in tears. I just was horrible. Wow. And I called my doctor and I said, I can't do this. He said, if you don't take it, you're really going to be in bad shape.
So you because you're compromised.
Yeah.
And so you've had a couple of issues.
Yeah.
And so I would figure that it would womp you. How do you feel now?
Just okay.
Oh, wow.
Is seeing us making you feel dramatically
much
better?
better. That's the whole reason
Yeah.
I'm here is to see if you guys can cure me.
We are faith healers.
You were being so careful too.
Yeah,
I was being beyond careful.
Yeah,
and I
because
did
we
a
had
really
been in.
stupid thing.
Did that
You
Oprah
did a
come over
really-
to your house?
Did who?
Did Oprah come over to your
I don't know
house?
if you just read she didn't leave the house for
I know.
322 days.
I know.
So she certainly wasn't coming to my house. No, I it was getting better, and I was triple vax. And somebody called me. I haven't been doing a hell of a lot to go do some interviews at some food conference down in Anaheim.
Yeah.
And the old thing, you had to be vaxxed and tested and temperature and all that stuff. And it became a super spreader. And I know it was either there or Guy Fieri is starting a new game show, and he called me up and said, "Hey, Summers, come and give me some tips." And I found out that many people on the set were getting that. So one or the other, I got.
I understand that at the food event you were at, they had a public salt lick. and was
Bad
could
idea.
that have contributed?
Just a teeny, but it was really good.
It's good. It's sea salt.
Hey, with that, speaking of food and all that stuff, did you happen to lose your taste or anything? Because that was
I didn't. My wife did. I was sadly gave it to her, and she couldn't taste or smell anything. I
Kathy
never
had
got
that. Kathy had she had the reaction of and then it started to come back in, and then obviously the spice, the things you think that would be able to pierce that did, and I think she's back 100%. In fact, I saw her eating some hair. So but
Boy, I'm not going anywhere with that. But
for you, it's like old times.
Yeah, honest to God,
it's like prom night. But
when COVID first started, Bobby Flay and Mark Vetri invited me to Vegas. Flay had opened a new restaurant, and I called my oncologist and I said, "It's Vegas,
Yeah.
people there never thought COVID existed in the first place." And he said, "Okay, wear your mask in, take it off to eat, wear your mask out, and then get the hell out of there." And when I went to Vegas, nobody is wearing a mask. I mean, it's just the most insane thing. The restaurant is called Amalfi. If you go to Las Vegas, it is spectacular.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my God, it was ridiculous. And then I went to Mark's place that he has in Vegas the next night, so I was just pampered for 2 days. But I didn't get it there. I was very cautious. I've been living like a hermit for the last couple of years.
Well, and you seem pretty good with that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when we talked, you said you were kind of in that I think I'm enjoying this a lot stage.
Yeah.
And so, but while you're whiling away your time there, you're also, I think, sort of a driven person.
But there's nothing to be driven to right now.
Right. Well, what do you do around the house? What do you do for Mark Summers? What is your? I'm going to just tinker around with this.
Well, first of all, you should know by now Jews don't tinker, but we hire people to do
To
that.
tinker for you.
Tinker
I'm
for
a
us.
professional tinker.
That's right.
This should be the name of your autobiography. Jews don't tinker.
Jews don't tinker. Yeah. But I do a 5-mile walk every day. And it just clears my head.
It's the best.
And some days I listen to music. Some days I listen to,
You never listen to us, do you?
I know I do. Actually,
dear.
I do. Yeah, I go to your website on a regular basis, as a matter of fact. But some days I go to the ocean. Some days I go to the mountains.
Wow.
And it just is the best thing for me. And there's this little coffee place where all the old guys from the area sit and just gossip. And it's hysterical to sit down and listen to what, and they said, "Hey, Larry David bought a house right around the corner from you." And I went, "No, I didn't." And like 2 weeks later in the newspaper, Larry David bought his house. It's like, how do you guys know this?
Are you contributing or are you just listening?
No,
in
I'm
on
just.
this
I have
stuff?
nothing to contribute.
Okay.
What's your name, young fella?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what it's like. The most obscure show I ever did was a show called Bigger Than Summers on Lifetime, and this man sitting there drinking coffee goes, with an English accent, which I can't do. "Mark Summers, Bigger Than Summers." I went, nobody knows I ever did that. I was a guest. You were a guest. Yeah. I reported on the royal family. I had no recollection. This was like 20 plus years ago. And now he's living in, Santa Barbara area. So
I liked when you were going through some of your old stuff, and you were posting things of autographed pictures and pieces of memorabilia and stuff like that. You have a nice little collection of things.
It's insane. I have this a storage area that I had 2 massive things. I've got rid of one now. But to sort of ramble through the people that I was lucky enough to come in contact with, or the pieces of memorabilia. I found stuff the last day the Alice TV show shot. The next morning I drove over there and just started stealing stuff. And I found that stuff, and contacted Linda Lavin recently, and we're talking. And, I hadn't talked to her in years. So, yeah, because there's nothing to do.
Right.
But you were doing stuff. Okay, there's you do a lot of stuff, and it's hard to keep on top of it. Actually, I think you're underselling your deal. You dabble a little bit back into radio.
I'm starting a podcast. Shoot me in the head.
Oh.
There's 800,000 podcasts, literally 800,000.
Yeah.
And these people kept coming to me, and I kept saying, I have nothing to say.
You do.
You know,
we're already approving of it.
Well,
Yeah.
we're starting to record, and we're going to hopefully release it fourth quarter. And my whole point, you have to have some point of view, and mine is overcoming obstacles. And the stories. One of my first guests was Anthony Ramos, who I've known. He was 19 years old when I was doing Grease, and he's blown up into this
Super talented.
superstar. And we talked for almost 2 hours, so we got to edit the hell out of it. But he was brilliant and told me things that he hasn't ever told anybody else. And so that's what we're trying to do, is get people to open up and tell us things. Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for, and maybe a guest for the podcast at some point, for turning me on specifically to Ian Shive, the photographer.
Oh.
Man, is he a fascinating guy. And he's been to some really strange and odd places like the Aleutian Islands. And I know you were working on that
we did
special
that
with
special,
him.
and we did a shark special for Discovery as well.
Man, does he live an interesting life. And so I know you guys have become friends as well. When was the last time you chatted with Ian?
Well, he just moved up near me, and we talk all the time. We're working on a couple of projects together one more time. Talk about a man who has stories.
It's fascinating.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the whole thing with the Aleutian Islands was just amazing. I've never seen stuff like that before.
And he's a brilliant photographer. He has these stories where he was going to the Ganges River and a riot broke out, and how he literally scampered up this side of a building and ended up in some guy's patio. And he's got all these stories because he does those things and puts himself in situations that you go, well, first of all, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
And he has nerves of steel.
You know, it was funny. We talked to another like a Nat Geo level photographer who's the renowned photographer of tigers. And every time I asked them, because of the changing nature of technology, how they get what they get these days, really for him the deal is to trek into the remotest areas, set the camera, remote operate it, and go back and see what kind of pictures he got, because
you can't be there.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a shot of like tigers right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right in front of the camera, but it's just amazing. And with drones and lenses and I mean, it's astonishing what they're able to pull off these days.
I'll tell you a story. The way Ian and I actually met, he had a show. He's a national photographer for the National Park Service.
Yeah.
And so, you think if you're going to take a shot of a waterfall at Yosemite Falls, you go up, you just snap a picture, and you go, oh, wait, well, no, that's not how it works. You go and you do the research and all this stuff. And so we thought that would be a great TV show. So William Morris was handling us at the time, and we said, we want to go pitch this. And they went to us, and they said, yeah, nobody in the world will ever buy that show. And I said, well, set up some meetings. Where do you want to go? Well, we want to go to Nat Geo, and we want to go to Discovery.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're in that meeting longer than 10 minutes, let me know. So Ian and I fly to New York. We go to Nat Geo. We do our pitch, and we're about 4 minutes into it. The guy's looking at his watch, and he goes, boys, this isn't for us. And we're literally at the elevator 9 minutes in. And I called William Morris, and they went, out of the meeting already, huh? And they said, you want us to cancel Discovery? And we said, no, we're going down to Washington. So Ian and I take a train down to D.C., and we go in the hotel, and I say, show me everything on your computer. So he shows me everything on his computer. We go to the meeting the next day, and we start doing the same pitch. And about 5 minutes in, the guy goes, boys, we're never going to do this. But I remembered seeing a picture of sharks in Cuba.
Yeah.
And I said, would you guys be interested in doing a shark special in Cuba? And they went, yeah, you can't get into Cuba. And Ian said, I can get you into Cuba. And that's how we got our shark special.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I was telling Preston, I started watching The Offer, the story of the, the making of The Godfather. And they have a couple of dramatic representations of pitch sessions. Yeah. And I've always heard, and this is more on the entertainment, straight up, like you're doing documentaries, but it's a brutal thing. Like, it's really brutal. Is that usually how it is?
Yeah, usually they're not listening. The worst part about these Zoom pitches recently is, this is a great. I wanted to pitch somebody at Food Network, so they gave me to some new young executive. Fantastic. So when we started, I said, let me just make sure before we started that that I've been at Food Network for, I grew up watching you on Unwrapped. I said, okay, cool. So I started doing a pitch, and the girl says to me, I won't mention any names, I don't want to embarrass anybody. have you ever heard of a show called Restaurant Impossible? And I said, excuse me? She said, have you ever heard of a show called Restaurant Impossible? I said, yeah, I produced the first 160 episodes of it, you know?
So you
Crickets.
have.
Yeah, I've heard of it. And so, you know, it's very hard for us old guys, and it's a different world. Look, the world is about TikTok now, okay? And they ain't hiring, 70-year-old white Jewish men to do anything anymore.
Maybe that's the new TikTok trend.
White Jewish men who are 70 and over.
Show me your 20-second dance, and we can get you going.
That's something you really don't want to see. But so the world has changed. And, I went to New York for the first time in 3 years, and a coffee shop that I've been going to since 1964 is boarded up. Okay, the first hotel I went to in New York, boarded up.
It's sad.
And when I walk down Chestnut and Walnut here, the Liberty Mall, disappear. Everything is, and this is America right now. I mean, Los Angeles, everywhere you go, it's just weird. And how long will it take us to get back? And will we ever get back?
I tell you what. I think we will. And I think like we were at an event the other night for Cora, Preston, and myself and Nick, and Rob McElhenney was in, and Caitlin Olsen were there, and they were receiving an honor. And we looked out, and there were tables of people smiling and looking around, and conversation and food and drink and all that sort of stuff for a good cause. I think, yes. I think it's, once you lay it out there, people will and you get back to your own level of what you feel comfortable with. But yes, I do think so. It is sad to see,
some of these places
that have been in families for decades that were that they lived it. Yeah. They put their heart and souls into it to have it go away. But hopefully, there'll be something, and some of these places will come back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I've been doing is because once again we all have too much time on our hands. I've been watching a gentleman by the name of Jordan Klepper. Do you know Jordan Klepper?
Oh yeah, Jordan's great.
He's brilliant, and I have no qualms about direct messaging people and saying, hey, a fan of your stuff, and generally I get back, luckily.
Have you ever seen Restaurant Impossible?
And he got right back to me and said, you're my childhood. I grew up on all this stuff. And I said, I'm coming to New York. So I had a 3-hour lunch on Saturday with Jordan Klepper. And I tell you what I love about him. He's a 40-something guy who is like us. You guys put your time in. You didn't just start here and become the number one, guys. Right. And you did a lot of work to get here, okay? Right. And most of the people want to become president that I meet, on day one. They come out of college and they want to run everything. This guy gets it. He did his homework. He went to Chicago. He did Second City. He did Upright Citizens Brigade. But his point of view is brilliant. And to sit and talk to a 42-year-old guy for 3 hours who I'd never met before was brilliant. So I get my mail at a little UPS place up in Santa Barbara, and every day, for some reason, as I'm going in, coming out is Dennis Miller. Every day, we're on the same.
I love Dennis.
Yeah, and so I said to him the other day, we keep passing each other. Why don't we have lunch? So on Friday, I'm going to have lunch with Dennis Miller.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and so this is the kind of crazy stuff.
Well,
I'm doing.
Here's your podcast. Look at and you sit and have a conversation, multi-hour podcast. I think again. We've talked about the last time we took an estimate. Maybe Marissa can verify this, but there was a big. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. Podcasting convention, and about everyone's trying to figure, or at least relay that they're an expert on this thing that no one really knows, even at this point. So, but at that point, there were about, and I keep quoting this number, about 800,000 unique shows, not episodes, separate shows. Yes. And so, but I mean, you are known for your ability to converse and to engage and to host. And so I think it's only. Are you with a syndication group of sorts?
Yeah, well, we're gonna make an announcement soon.
Okay,
and, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. By the way, I don't think ever in my life have I just stopped someone and gone, why don't we go out to lunch sometime?
Oh.
Would you really?
You should do that. I mean,
should,
you know, right?
Yeah. I'd be glad to, Preston.
Gary Lauer. That's a great way to.
I had 3 testicles.
That's a buddy Gary. That's a guy we know. But I don't think I've ever done that. Hey, why don't we get to know each other a little bit?
Preston, and then to follow through with it. So he has. So Mark, you have a genuinely inquisitive. I want to know. I mean, about you sort of vibe that is sincere. People respond to that.
Well, and that's something that's definitely come out of the past couple of years is when somebody's like, "Oh my God, we should catch up sometime." you kind of realize what's
I never
important in
want to
life.
see this person again.
Yes, and that's been okay. But there are some people that you need to catch up with.
You're
in life,
right, yes.
including you, Mark, when you popped up on Saturday Night Live a few months ago.
Oh my God!
I texted you
Yes.
in real time.
Yes, in
it
real
was
time.
1 a.m. in Philly. Thank goodness you're on the West Coast.
Oh yeah.
What was your reaction to that?
Well, I'm home, and I get a text from Bobby Flay saying, "Hey, dude, turn on Saturday Night Live. You're on."
So Bobby Flay alerted you.
I was
that
watching,
you're
it,
on.
yeah, sitting home, and I was like, that, why 30 plus years after the fact are they doing that? But it was just bizarre that that generation is now doing Saturday Night Live.
We talked about the skit, and it was, and they were testing all these goo things that were weren't working. But did you approve of your impression?
Well, no, the guy obviously had never seen me before, and I sent him I was going to send him a FedEx that said "nice try," but I was nicer than that. And I said, "Hey, nice job. I'm going to be in New York City, and I'd love to meet you." And of course, he never responded.
See that he's missing an opportunity. Then.
Yeah, I always write thank you notes, and I contact people, and I through social media can direct message people. I watch the CBS Sunday morning or CBS morning show every morning, and there's a reporter, Tony DeCopel, who I just think is amazing, and so I direct message him, and now we're friends, and we interact and this and that, and I just think it's fun to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah, well, that's how you built a network of people, that are your collect, like the biography on you and which we were the time you had the presentation here in the the
can't give that thing away. It's become the most expensive home movie. I've been to more distributors. I just took it to
I thought it aired. I thought you could.
Well, we did like a 10-city tour,
right.
But I just took it to a big producer, and he looked at it and he goes, "I have no idea what the hell to even do with this stuff." And he said, and I showed it to some younger members of my staff who have no idea who you are and just don't get it. So, I think I'm pretty much done trying to push that thing. But, certain things you do out of, passion and hope that it's going to take off. Now I've gotten phone calls. This is the one I'm trying to decide. I did a one-man show a couple of years ago, and we did it first in Bloomington, Indiana. Then we did the Adirondack Theater Festival. And I'm getting phone calls to go out and do it, not this summer, but next summer. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to be almost 72 years old.
Yeah.
Can I memorize 70 pages again? And the last third of the show has to be changed because, so many things are different from when we first wrote that stuff. Do I want to put myself through that misery, or do I just want to say no?
What's your earliest inclination on that?
I said yes to keep the dates because I'm nuts.
Yeah.
But I have to give them, the thumbs up at some point pretty soon, and I'm a nervous wreck about
So
this thing.
what's your best advice for that mnemonic cape to remember? You've had to remember things throughout your life.
Yeah. But this is actually
Preston and I will
lines.
do a 30-second commercial. Now, extemporaneously, we're fine.
Oh, yeah.
But they'll give us 30-second or 10-second tag to do for
Script.
Yeah, and
Takes you an hour and a
we
half,
have to have
right?
cue cards the size of a building.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's
Can't
the
do
thing. There's 70 pages in this script, okay? And it's my life. But, it's a one-man show, but there's another guy who plays every other character in my entire life. And so if it was just me, I could ad-lib and screw around.
Yeah.
But this guy's waiting for me to feed him lines. So if I don't give him the lines, he's screwed.
Right.
And so I really have to know what the hell's going on. And Alex Brightman, who wrote my show, is now back on Broadway doing Beetlejuice. So I'm trying to capture Brightman to say, hey, we need to take the last 20 pages and rewrite stuff because, here's what changed and here's what I'm doing and all that stuff.
That guy is super talented, by the way, Alex Brightman.
He's fantastic. And so I'm trying to figure it out. It's a lot of pressure to put on anybody at this point of their lives.
So the podcast, you're thinking when now?
We're probably going to make an announcement fourth quarter. I got people coming. Linda Lavin's going to do it. I got Al Roker coming up. I did Mike O'Malley, which was fantastic. And so it's just been fun to do the research. I actually spend hours going over your material because you can't just go on and BS. The thing I learned is when COVID first started, I started to do these podcasts just because there was nothing else to do. And most of these people suck. They don't do their homework.
Right.
And I now say no because I'm tired of answering the same 5 questions. So somebody requests me to be on a show. I say, send me 3 questions that I've never been asked.
Right.
And I'll do your show. And most people don't even respond to that because all they want to I don't want to talk about Burt Reynolds anymore. I don't want to talk about what the slime was made out of. I don't want to talk about any of this stuff because it's everywhere.
Right, right. You want to move to? Well, I think it's a perfect fit for you. To do this, we're very excited about that. So, who's your dream guest to get for your podcast?
Wow, that's a good one. Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Oh, good choice.
Yeah, and I've contacted him, and he's just been so busy.
He is. He possesses an attribute that we all love, and every time I've seen him interviewed, he's very self-deprecating.
Oh my! But he's brilliant.
Yeah,
he's freaking brilliant. And when he was in Santa Barbara at the Santa Barbara Film Festival, I had contacted him and said, let me take you to lunch, let me take you to dinner. And he said, this is like a combat mission. They drive me in, I do this speech, I walk the red carpet, they put me in a car, they take me back, because it was during the Oscars and all that stuff. So we didn't see each other. I've only met him once. He was nice enough to bring me backstage when I went to see Hamilton. But he is nice. He reacts on his emails pretty darn quick.
Did you see? I assume you saw Tick Tick Boom.
Oh my God! Yeah. You know what? Alice and I looked at it just a couple weeks ago. That was magnificent.
Yeah, we just watched it again in my house last week.
God.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
And I sent him, it was 2 a.m, and all I said, I can't say what I said in the email, but I said, holy, I had no idea. It was unbelievable how good it was,
I love that, yeah.
Yeah, so he's busy and he's great. And so he would be a great guest, I think, I'm not sure who else, but I want to kind of keep it current and topical.
Do you need to get them face-to-face, or are you going to...
They're better in the studio. When I get them in the studio, the Zoom ones...
I mean, we can say honestly, you're a dud on the phone, Mark.
I suck. I am.
But here, you're great.
It's just hard to do. I agree 150%. So we try and get people to come down there.
But there's just something little visual. Now, Zoom has been nice for us.
No, it sucks.
Yeah.
Well, if you get the slightest bit of delay, there's something that's missed there.
But when we're looking eye to eye here,
it's so much
better.
Yeah.
And this studio is in the bowels of Los Angeles, and so to get there, I still have to use MapQuest. I have no idea where the hell I'm going. So
you don't have your live-in driver?
No. Well, I called Linda Levin to do it, and she, I don't know where it is, and I can't get there. And I said, I'll send a car for you, for God's sakes. I'll pick you up. I really want you to do this thing. But, that's the hard part. People, because of Doom, don't want to go anywhere.
Those people, though, those that sit in that realm, the kind of guests that we love to get, like, and sadly, Gilbert Gottfried passed, but his Super Colossal podcast focused in on those people
those types.
Yep. Who's that guy in Tango and Cash? That guy who's the warden. You've seen him in. Okay. And then those are the people that we love talking to, and he focused in on that. Mm-hmm. And if you can, you have with your connections and people who are fans of yours, it should be area to go.
More than I realize. Yeah. I'm finding out to be the case. It was interesting. So his co-host, Gilbert's co-host, is a writer on The View, and I've been doing The View for 20 years. And somebody suggested to him that I do Gilbert's podcast. So he said, well, let me talk to Gilbert about it. So he calls me back. He goes, Gilbert's never heard of you, and he has no idea who you are.
What?
And I said, but he always likes to talk about the old days of the Comedy Store and all that kind of stuff. And I have a million stories because I was there when Jay started, and, and Shandling and this and that. Couldn't get on the show.
He was also a fan of those kind of the classic kid shows.
Well, yeah. Well, he called me trying to get Bill Dana's number. I remember one day because I couldn't find it, and he knew I was friends with Bill Dana. But I unfortunately never did it. But I tell you, there is online the funeral of Gilbert. If you can see it, is brilliant. Okay, and I'll tell you why. It's what every funeral should be. It was hysterical, and his wife got up and could not have been funnier. Okay,
really?
And so I went through this whole period of depression over the last couple of months. First, Saget passes away.
Yeah,
Bob and I started together when I was doing the warm-ups on Soap. He was next door doing Bosom Buddies. Okay, so that's how far back we go. Wow. And so my last text was like December 22nd with him. It's like we were still friends and in contact. So I get a text from a friend going, Bob Saget just died. I went, no, he didn't. I just texted him.
I know.
So that knocked me on my ass. Okay.
Yeah.
Then Louis Anderson, who I didn't know as well, but had done warm-ups on a special of his and stuff. That's like, come on. And then when Gilbert went, I went, these are all guys who are younger than me.
Yeah.
And we're starting to lose everybody, and it's frightening.
Started with Norm.
Norm.
And then you started going through, again, it's one of those where I remember, it was with Bob Saget, where I had to, no, I do not believe this. This is BS. And I had to go through multiple sources before I started to do it. And we just had him on the show. It's one of those things where, but again, you enjoy, you embrace the legacy.
Yeah.
It's, as they say, all true stories end with death, and so that's part of the deal. It will happen eventually, but it just seemed like we were getting sucker punched right and left by some of the greats.
Mark, you recognize Nick.
Thank you, Mark. Well, just speaking of death and celebrating life, did you see the episode of Curb with Albert Brooks?
Oh, it's fantastic.
So it basically premise the show is that Albert Brooks is not dead, but they have a funeral for him anyway. And then he watches it via a closed circuit camera from another portion of the house,
And he gets angry.
And he gets angry, right? But it made me think about like celebrating somebody's life while they're still alive. Would you ever consider anything like that? Like,
No.
Why not?
No. It's, I don't have a burial spot. I figured, you guys deal with that stuff. I could care less. I don't want to even think about that stuff.
I just there are we don't celebrate the people who are alive enough while they're alive. You know,
It's very true.
And
some people have
especially
done that though. Some people have had that was. I've seen events where that is sort of. In fact, I think in Coming to America, the second one.
That's right. Yeah, King Jafar Jafar.
He has his funeral so he can attend it
while he's still alive.
Yeah, but unfortunately for people like Saget, who as successful as he was, I don't think he would have foreseen what a hit that was.
Oh my God.
To a lot of people in this country. It was huge.
I do have picked the music for my funeral.
Okay,
walking in, James Taylor's "Secret of Life." Walking out, James Taylor's "Shower the People."
Oh, wow. That's a good choice.
Wow.
I thought about that a lot.
Not whip my hair.
That's not. Well, you couldn't, but I was doing radio.
It's a good cadence to walk to.
Is this the Mark Summers event?
I was filling in a radio and doing what I want to do, which is interview stuff like that. And they kept getting mad at me because they wanted me to do politics and all this stuff. So I kept getting little emails. You really need to talk about this. You really need to talk about that. And of course, I ignored it because
you need to alienate half your audience immediately.
Yes, exactly. And so I came in one day, and the assistant news director was there and handed me literally 40 pieces of a copy and said, "The first hour you can do the interview, but then you need to do this." No. So I didn't do it. So I'm driving home. It's 9 o'clock at night now. That's the thing. It's 2 hours to get down to LA to do this thing. Then I stop and have dinner, and it's a 2-hour drive back. So I'm putting in time and plus doing the research, because when I get home at 9 o'clock at night, I start doing research for the next day.
Yeah.
And so the phone rings. It's 9 o'clock in the car, and it's the program director. He goes, "Hey, Mark, how are you?" And I said, "I'm fine. But I've been in this business long enough to know that when the phone rings at 9 o'clock, it is a PD. There ain't any good news coming down the road." He said, "Yeah, you're killing me." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You just can't do those interviews like that for an hour." And I would do Ian Scheib, and I would, I had Tom Dreesen on talking about Sinatra and all this stuff. And he says, "I need to do at least 2 hours of talking about, what's going on in D.C. And, they wanted a right-wing point of view." And I said, "Yeah, I'm not doing that."
Yeah.
And he said, "You're refusing to do it?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, then you're fired." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "You're not mad?" I went, "No, I'm not mad." And he said, "Well, why don't you just do what we ask you to do?" And I said, "Because I don't want to do that crap, And so I walked away from it,
Well, you're in a good place to be able to do that, you know? Yeah.
I mean, it was fun,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to do that. I mean, driving in, the guy before me was doing all the stuff that he wanted me to do, and on the way home, the guy after me was doing that again.
Yeah.
Why do they need me to keep doing that,
Yeah, it just becomes, no, I get it. It's funny, though. You're right. You never get a call from the boss
9 o'clock
late at night with,
"Hey, Mark, how
great
are you?
news.
Want to go to lunch?"
We're syndicating. Mark, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. We're syndicating it.
But the thing about it was, on their website, I had the most hits of anybody on there.
Oh, yeah.
Sing.
And then there were people saying, "You should bring him back full time." So I made photocopies of that, took screenshots, just sent them to him.
How long are you in town for while you're
I'm at the lovely University of Pennsylvania Hospital today, and then tomorrow back to New York, and then I fly back to Los Angeles on Wednesday.
Well, besides your the COVID stuff that seems to be lingering, we are confident everything will be good with you.
Yeah, knocking on wood. Thank you. It's always great to see you. It just makes me feel so good and so happy, and brings up my energy. And I just love you guys.
Well, likewise, it's awesome to see you.
Yep. Any Philly restaurants you hit up while you were here?
Well, I think I may see Mark Vetri tonight if I can cross my fingers right. I heard the new pasta place is unbelievable.
Fiorello.
Yeah, I heard it's amazing.
So good.
Yeah, I've dropped Bobby's name 17 times. I don't need to do that. But Bobby said it's like the most. I went to Mark's restaurant in Vegas, and I called Bobby and said it's like amazing. He goes, "No. Nothing like the place in Philly." So,
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Take that, Vegas.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Good luck, Mark. Great to see you.
Good
Love
to see
you
you guys.
We'll
Be
see you
well.
soon.
Love you guys too.
Mark Summers, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Kathy's Cuts continuing. We'll check in with her and the founder of Wigs for Kids, whom are benefiting from this event today and more. Stay with us. We will be right back.
and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That's wild.
Yeah, yeah.
That's got to be cool to come back with a film crew to the school that you.
It was cool, but we were really low budget. We were like micro budget with that movie.
Still.
So I think we were more annoying to them. I'm surprised that they didn't kick us out before we were done filming.
Well, Knives Out, honestly, is I cannot wait to see it. It looks phenomenal, and so I assume, have you done the full premiere route yet, or is where this is one cog in the premiere?
Well, Philly is not a cog.
I know.
This is the main engine of the whole tour.
Thank you for saying that.
We premiered at Toronto, and I just came from the Chicago Film Festival, and we're here tonight, and I'm psyched to see it with every. Like I said, man, this is a crowd movie. This is a crowd-pleasing movie. It's so much fun to be in the theater when a big crowd is watching this.
Love it.
Can I ask what the title refers to, or is it a plot point that we need to wait for?
No, it's. I mean, sort of. There are knives in it, but it's. I mean, the Radiohead song is what I kind of stuck it in my head years ago. You know, Amnesiac, I think it's on, and Knives Out.
Okay.
And so that phrase just always seemed like a cool turn of phrase to me. It seemed like a good murder mystery.
It always indicates.
And the knives are out.
Your knives are out. Your knives are. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it. Yeah.
Which definitely applies to the family in this movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to ask you, because I know that you do have your fingerprint on the Breaking Bad universe, and you directed a couple of episodes of the final season.
Yeah.
I watched El Camino, and then I was like, oh, God, I got to go back and watch the final 2 seasons. So I did that, and then I watched El Camino again. So you directed Ozymandias, and I got to ask, is that the episode where Walt calls Skyler and has the phone conversation with her?
Yeah.
That is like some of the finest acting I've ever witnessed in my entire life, because he is saying things to her
without saying them.
But he's also on like, so what you're hearing through the phone is what he's saying, but emotionally he's not saying those words. And like, so can you explain that better than what I just said?
No, you put it just beautifully, man.
Okay.
And Cranston, I mean, that's the explanation. It's one word. It's Cranston. That dude is just
Cranston.
So you didn't have anything to do with that?
No, man. No, honestly, you show up and you do your work as a director, which is on set to be an audience for the actor, and so you watch it. If you feel something, you say it to them. If you feel, try this, try that. The truth is, though, especially with Breaking Bad, I mean, the writing is so good. Those actors. As a director, it makes your job so easy. You get to show up on set and just like roll with it and try and maximize it.
Real quick, how many takes for that particular scene?
I don't know. I think it was freezing that night, so I don't think many. I think it was maybe 3 or 4. And then Anna Gunn, Skyler's side of the call. It's interesting because I remember with Yoda, with Mark and Frank Oz, Mark Hamill and Frank Oz.
Yeah.
Frank telling me, everyone talks about the expressiveness of the puppet and the performance of Yoda, and he said 90% of it is Mark believing, listening.
Yeah, and I can believe that. Yeah,
and it's a weird analogy, but what Anna is doing on the other side, the amount of that call where we're on her face and hearing her realize what her husband is doing, that's as much of the scene as.
Okay, and for that, was she in the next room? Was she actually on the phone with him while he was doing it, or were you doing a playback? Or?
No, we had him there, so he was. Obviously, we shot them completely separately, but then we have both, and vice versa. She was on set, kind of on the phone with him there, for his side of it, and then we were in the house shooting. It was a totally different day, but he was there for her side of it, so they were both there for each other.
Okay,
that's wild. And by the way, you should probably put some ointment on those fanboy burns you just got.
Yeah, those could get infected.
That's all right. I'm scabbed over. It's all right. I got the scabs.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan Johnson. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Now let's do the B5.
Bizarre. WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so let's start with this. Smashing Pumpkins are going to kick off their Bright and Oh So Shiny reunion tour in July, and the band's Billy Corgan has now shared a proposed list of songs.
Are you doing
music news?
Son of a bitch.
That's amazing.
I was thinking,
I thought it was maybe
weird happen at the music news, or
grabbed the wrong folder.
Maybe he found a king cobra in his car or something, or.
Look, I'm just on autopilot right now.
That's exactly what it is, right?
You're at home right now watching The Walking Dead, aren't you?
I am. I haven't seen that episode yet, damn it. Oh, man.
It was great. Thank you. Hey, just sneak preview, guys.
I love the music, though. That wouldn't be a tip-off.
It didn't even register with me at all. A man dubbed America's most wanted deadbeat dad.
Let's just call him Billy Corrigan.
Has been arrested.
There were a number of missed calls in my life that actually led to opportunities, and you always have to keep your radar open to the fact that there are things in play that you haven't even seen yet that will reveal themselves to you. You just have to be receptive to it.
It all starts with this girl giving me the clap.
The clap.
That's where it started.
You were saved by a social disease.
It all starts with that.
All right, so tell.
This girl gave me the clap. I dated her for 5 years. She was my girlfriend. She slept with my best friend, and then she gave me the clap. I remember going to the doctor, and he was like, "Yo, she's a hoe." And by the way, this is
Is that a medical term?
No, this is. He used the more formal RE. I don't know if you can say it on WHORE. I don't know if you can say that on
whore.
Yeah. Oh, if you want, like an idiot, I just spelled it. Yeah. Like you can't spell it. So he was like, "Your girlfriend's a whore," and I was like, "What?" By the way, this is when you thought doctors were like older. He's probably just 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's just a kid,
dude.
And he was like, she's a whore, man. And he said, I go, no, you got that wrong. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you go to a bar, do you and your junk split up to cover more territory? And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, do you? And I said, no. And he goes, then I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me you haven't slept with anyone else, just her, she gave it to you. She's a whore. She's sleeping around. That's how you get it. You just sleep around.
Yeah.
Oh my
And I was like, that's impossible. I want the test. And he was like, I can just give you the medicine. You don't need the test. And I went, no, I don't. I must not have it. She's not a whore. And he's like, all right, I'll give you the test. Q-tip.
Yep.
Yes. I remember him saying, brace yourself. And I held on to the thing, and he did it. And I was like, she's a whore. She's a whore. And then I went to her, and I confronted her. And I said, yo, I have the clap. You gave it to me. And she's like, no, that's impossible. And then I said what the doctor said. Let me tell you something. When I go to the bar, me and my junk don't split up to cover more territory, okay? And so, but if that girl hadn't done that, because I told that girl I wanted to be a comedian. I laid in bed the morning of the Miami-Florida State game, and I said, I think I want to be a comedian. Because right after Russia, I'd gone to Europe, and I backpacked, and I ran into a group called The State. I ran into them in Greece. We all partied in Greece, and I met them, and I said, how do I get into comedy? And David Wayne said, just write all the time, write down jokes. Anything funny, write it down. And that whole summer, I said, I was funny traveling. Everyone liked me. Thought I could make people laugh. And I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Came home, first week back, have sex with her, laying in bed, Florida State-Miami game. I say, I think I want to be a comedian. And she was an actress, still is. And she was like...
Not somebody we would know, is it?
No.
Okay. Regional theater, stuff like that?
Yeah. And so
that's what we're calling porn these days.
And she goes, oh, honey, you're stupid funny. You're not smart funny. To be a comedian, you have to be smart funny, and you're stupid funny.
Wow.
So you cannot.
And this is from the whore.
This is from the whore. Oh. And so I was like, oh, okay. Never tell anyone your dreams. I get the clap. I then break up with her over the period of you know how those breakups go over 6 months. Yeah. And then I start dating this girl who's, by the way, I love her, but just an oblivious idiot. Yeah. Like I told her I want to be a comedian. She's like, you should do it. Invest everything in it. Why wouldn't you? Right? Oh my God. And I just ran into her last week in wherever I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's like, I'm so happy you followed your dreams. And I was like, I am so glad you did not see the pitfalls in life that everyone else sees. Yeah. Like, she was just like, do it. Why wouldn't you? I didn't want to be a shot girl. And I was like,
dream big.
She went to New York to be a model. And, she's attractive, but she's not like a model.
Yeah.
But I remember
not
her
being a New York model.
And she just walked in and she's like, I want to be a model. And I was like, man, I wish everyone had more of that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that girl to just give me blind confidence.
Yeah.
That I don't think. I mean, by the way, my first whole year of stand-up, I did not know. I was just doing all the jokes like Angry Sanchez, or I didn't have comedy. I wasn't doing comedy.
Yeah, you had little segments, but
yeah,
you know that's.
And then Will Smith discovers me, and I'm like, I'm so glad I did this. And then you move to LA, you get a TV show, and then
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for not knowing about life.
And now you understand like the weird science behind comedy. You know, the efficiency of words and all that.
Oh yeah. I get blown away. I get blown away sometimes by just that, like those little coincidences in life that send you on a path, and then you go, God, what if I hadn't done that?
When I did stand up, I learned, and I did it for about 10, 11 years, and I really enjoyed it. But I knew
ever agree on ever,
and that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You know, you just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I don't
whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter? It does matter to you guys?
No,
you know what? Consider this. You're bowling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There you go. There you go.
Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Dude, it was out of toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because someone had the courtesy to put up on the door.
Yeah.
Out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
In the men's room?
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
up.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
So I with the sink.
No, I got some paper towels.
Gaskets.
Paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but I
wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The man played it right.
And so anyhow, what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation. Someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist, Preston, has a clean movement.
Yeah.
So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do, and this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water? Yeah,
because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicists back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, do we have? Should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away a further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself. Boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
we're watching the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into and there's no but a decent.
He is in Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. And then you have, I lost my information sheet.
David Arnold Hair.
Take it away. Thank you very much.
David Arnold Hair
That's
Salon.
in Jenkintown.
In
If it's not
Jenkintown.
written down in front of me, folks, I'm pretty
get
much a
it.
lost cause.
It's okay. You know what? I can't forget where I am because I'm at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting, and I was just talking to the owners, Joe and Kara, and they've actually been doing this with us since the very first day. They were the ones that came into the studio 13, well, actually it was 15 years ago, but this is our 13th annual because we took a 2-year hiatus during COVID. But so they've been doing it with us for 13 years. They came into the studio, and Joe is the one that cut my hair, and it sort of kind of snowballed from there. That's how the whole concept started.
It's fantastic in the fact that they step up all the time, and there's sort of this familial aspect to this, and seeing the people. So we have a shot on people getting their hair cut right now, Kathy. And again, they're not just getting the bums rush; they're getting real nice hairstyles.
Yes, and I'm actually standing here. It's like such a cute story. A couple came in and they got their hair cut together. What's your name?
Mitch.
And? Bridget. Mitch and Bridget are from King of Prussia, right? And how much hair did each of you were you able to get?
15 inches.
Wow.
20 inches. So 15 and 20 inches.
Whoa.
Right? So what you made a decision to come and cut your hair. How'd you make that decision?
Well, we took a break getting haircuts during the pandemic, and so after it reached a certain point, we were like, well, we should just keep going and donate it. And then once we found out about this event, we were like, well, that's perfect, great, time to get a haircut.
Whose idea was it?
I guess it was mine because I'm the one that regularly listens to you guys. And, before the pandemic, I'm in accounting. So having longer hair was kind of an experiment for me, a little radical for the profession. So, finally when the restrictions were starting to come back down and you guys were putting on the event again, it was time.
Well, thank you both so much. I mean, that is a big donation, and that's really going to go to some great use. They'll be able to take your ponytail and make a wig for a child. So thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me.
Yep, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's
What does she think of his new hairdo? Does she, does she
What do you
approve?
think of what do you think of his hairdo?
Oh, I'm surprised. I really like it. I loved the long hair, so I was sad to see it go, but I think he looks great with short hair.
Excellent.
And what do you think about hers?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's I think because of all the maintenance that goes into it, we both have I've been able to sympathize, right? So we both have the same problem, so it's like, all right, it's time.
Well, you both look great. Thank you so much.
I think they're going to go home and have sex right now. I mean, honestly, it'd be like being with two different people.
Not
new
even
people.
home, the parking lot.
Right there.
Yeah.
You can do that. By the way,
Can
what?
always count on them to ruin in a moment.
They're laughing. Look at
No,
them.
they are. They
Hey,
are.
by the way, Kathy, I saw the before and after of, I guess, the guy that you called the Wolfman.
Right?
Oh, my God.
He had a handlebar mustache.
Did they shave him, too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
Yes, they took all of the hair off of his head
Pubes.
and his face.
He had not just a beard, he had a long beard and handlebar mustache and the whole thing. Like his beard went down below his nipples. Like it was that far.
I'm getting the photos sent to me, and I had to do them side by side to make sure it was the same person. I wasn't sure.
That one was every time I show that to somebody, they go, "No, that's not the same guy."
Wow, that's excellent.
We had some people out from the news stations, 6ABC and NBC 10 came out, and I was talking to the photographer at NBC 10, and he goes, "That guy has to be hiding from the law."
Ooh, what a great opportunity for you to disguise yourself, come and get totally changed.
Can't be a criminal. He's doing something charitable.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well, we'll check back in again as we go through the morning, and we're awaiting a call from Jeffrey Paul, who's the founder of Wigs for Kids. So he should be calling us any moment now, and we'll find out a little bit more about that organization and how this started, how this whole thing got together. But Kathy, I can't believe it's been 15 years that we've been doing this.
I know. I was just talking about it with Joe, and how it just kind of they're so into doing it. Like every year I bring it up, I'm like, oh, are they still gonna want to do it? And he's like, sometimes he'll come to me and I'll be like, hey, we got to get planning. So they're totally into it. And David Arnold Hair Salon in Jenkintown, they came on a few years ago, and they're the same way. Like he was reaching out to me because we were kind of set with Gravity, and Jason from David Arnold Hair Salon was reaching out to me, and he was like, hey, if you ever need another salon, let me know. And then as it started to grow, I was like, hey, we got to call those people in Jenkintown. And and then also True Beauty Concepts, they donate all of the hair products for the stylist to use and for the donors to take home with them. And like, I've been mentioning all morning, Duncan is here, and then Balloons by Victoria did some great decorations here for us.
So in years past, we've done this on a Friday, and now we're doing it on Monday. And to me, that makes more sense because Monday is usually when hair salons are closed for business. So, the fact that they had done it for so many years on a relatively busy day, was really, really generous of them.
Well, that's the thing. I know David Arnold shuts down their hair salon for the event. So, and then here at Gravity, I mean, they're fortunate enough. They have 2 salons. So one of their salons remains open. And then this one where we are in Plymouth Meeting is closed. But all of the stylists, I mean, they're donating their time. They're not getting paid for this. So, when they put this out to all of their stylists and the people that sign on for it, I mean, I walked around and said thank you to all of them because they're here for free.
Kathy, it was 15 years ago that you said if we did hit the 15-year mark, you would do your interpretive dance called Follicle.
Remember?
Live on air.
Remember when you said that?
So
You guys know my memory. I don't remember that.
Oh, you said that.
I said that?
Yeah.
All right, give me a minute to choreograph
All right,
it.
get something together. We'll get that next on video. All right, thank you, Kathy Romano.
By the way, she didn't say that.
Hey, I do want to mention a shout out. I'm trying to hit these on the dates if I can, and I think I got this one because they were looking for May 2nd. That's today. And this is from Megan Ferrier. She says, hey, my partner Austin has his 36th birthday coming up May 2nd. Austin loves listening to the Preston and Steve show every morning, and it's rubbed off on me. It's our routine to wake up, immediately put on MMR, and then have little dance parties all morning long.
That's very cool.
With our almost 2-year-old son. He's had a really rough year, struggling with mental health in the world, still not well equipped to adapt or be understanding. But still, he gets up every day, tries his best to support his family, regardless of where he's at mentally. I really can't explain how proud of him I am. I asked what he wanted for his birthday this year, and he responded, I'd be happy with a shout out.
Oh.
So could you please send Austin a nasty shout out to my love? Thank you, and hope you and the team have a great day from Megan. So here's a shout out. Austin, hope you have an awesome day, and happy birthday to you, sir.
Yeah, and because yesterday was May 1st, we didn't get to play stuff like this.
And May is one damn fine month to be working outdoors.
We always get to do that on May 1st, as well as this one.
It's gonna be May.
We can do it anyway.
Wait, what's that from?
That's NSYNC.
Oh, okay.
What is the name of the song? It's going to be
It
Me.
appears on the Shawshank soundtrack.
Is that right?
It's gonna be May.
Oh, yeah. The scene where they're in the laundry when they're raping him. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, my
I remember
God. Yeah.
It's actually in the movie.
Yeah.
It is in the movie.
Yeah.
It's a scene in the movie. All right, so what is this?
The month of yes you may. The time for every frivolous
Camelot?
whim.
And we actually have the whole month to plan.
Yeah, true. We don't just have to do it on the first day.
Yeah.
By the way, I got this email. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but this is from listener Steve in Scottsdale, Arizona. He said, I saw this license plate and I could not contain myself. Gang, this is it. I have a picture of it for you to see. It says Manthe on
Stop
it.
it.
No, it does not.
It is a license plate
Wow.
in Arizona, Manthy.
I'm so flattered.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my God.
I don't know what Manthe would mean to that person.
Is it possible that they're listeners?
But I don't know. Maybe
like
so.
Succulents?
I mean, Steve
Arts and crafts?
from Scottsdale is a listener, and he's there. So Manthe is on a license plate.
I love it.
I love it. All right.
I love you.
Well, listen, we've waited for the founder of Wigs for Kids, so we're going to talk about something else.
That's
Okay,
it.
that's fine. Yeah,
call
he
lights
had,
up, yeah.
he had his time.
I wanted to hear about the new acquisition at the Morrison household.
Yes. So during we redid the gardens in the front of our house. Gardens. It's like Versailles, for Christ's sake. No, we did a garden, a flower garden, a few years ago, and it brings in butterflies and honeybees. And so my wife, just in passing, had said, I'd like to try, setting up a hive. And so she said in passing, but I put it down on my little gift list. And so for Christmas, I got her this starter hive thing, with the book and all the stuff and the outfit. Well, she was blown away. She took a massive deep dive into it. And she's like with bee organizations now, and she has mentors. And so she, I'm so proud of her. She set up 2 hives in the backyard, had people come over and consult her. And so we're, everything from all that stuff you see, the beekeepers with the smoker, the stuff that puts out the smoke, and the different outfits and all the different things. Well, Saturday was the day she went to get her bees.
Okay. Wow.
So I always thought you would put it out and the bee, hey, look at it, this and that, occupancy.
You got to get your bees.
You got to get your bees.
A queen and
you got to get your queens, too.
Yeah.
So she went to get the bees, and I'm thinking, what kind of container? It actually looks like an ammo box, And so about that size, 5,000 bees.
Oh, my God.
5,000 bees. Right.
Is it making all that noise?
You can hear that. They were a little sedate on the trip back. They are of a variety. Honeybees, and I've known this for a while now. When I'm putting my Halloween decorations out or anything in the front yard and walking around through the flowers that are all these bees, they don't care. They're not sting crazy,
right?
and they're actually fairly benign. They're getting down to business. So she comes back with the.
And where does she go to get them? Like what town?
It was about an hour and a half away.
Okay.
Yeah. So she did a decent amount of traveling. And she comes back with them, and she's got her mentor comes over, and they got their bee outfits on. And so what they're going to do is they transfer them from that container, and they're basically they sort of like scooping them along. Yeah. And there's actually a little ramp up to the one hive, but they put the queen in, and in that process, it's kind of a nail biter because will these bees accept her as their queen, basically?
Oh, no kidding.
And so they did.
They have a little coronation.
Basically, yeah. And I'm like, I said, we've got to come up with an S-load of names now for the bees because there's 5,000 of them. Mm-hmm. So, Preston, what you don't realize, what you might think is a random sort of thing, there are bees performing all sorts of, cool. One bee actually gets up at the top of the hive and is flapping its wings furiously. And what it's doing is it's sending out a pheromone cloud to let the other ones know this is cool.
Is he ringing the little bell the crier does as he's standing at the beginning?
This one's good.
Yeah.
And so that bee is basically saying to the other bees, okay, we can live here. We got it. We wet. So, and then other bees are going out flying in semicircles around, and they're sort of expanding their area to check out around the hives, and there's every what might seem like a whole bunch of random activity.
Oh yeah,
is actually very precise.
I've seen video of them showing the drones and how they will waggle their butt and
they communicate through
signaling.
dance.
Yeah, they're signaling to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
So is the hive like a standard looking beehive?
It's a standard looking beehive, and as you get near it, you're. And it's actually, I find that really soothing. It's really cool.
Do you have to use smoke around them?
Yes. So she has the smoker. There's a ton of crap. However, and then when I mention this, there are a lot of people who are now embracing ton. So my guy Kyle from Natural Lawn comes over to do the treatment. He goes, I'm seeing these all over the place. Apparently during the pandemic and all this stuff, like the bee hive bug, no pun intended, just got into a lot of people. And so a lot of people are doing it. And then you realize also the medicinal benefits of having honey
local
that's generated in your area.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a podcast for Claire to listen to. Do you guys remember Greg? He used to work for Victory. He now works for Forest and Maine. Really tall guy, would always come out to Cardboard Classic.
Yes, yeah.
So him and his wife have been beekeepers for years. During the pandemic, they started a podcast called Mind Your Hives Beekeeping.
Nice.
And she actually makes skincare out of the honey from there. And they're fun follow because, he'll put the bees on them and just kind of let them sting or kind of see the reaction. So they are almost their pets. They're part of their family.
It's weird to think of this collection of bees who are just to know that they're doing their business that way and that there's nothing random. They're all performing a function. Mm-hmm. And so it's very cool.
Yeah, our main tech who does our handles all our Comcast requirements is a big beekeeper, and he always brings us honey. And I've asked him a ton of questions because I was just fascinated with it because it's nothing I'd ever want to do. It looks like way too much work for me. No way. But he finds it very satisfying, and it's not just to get the honey; he just likes doing it. You know what I mean?
It is this city that's functioning. Now you can't see there, on the inside what's going on, but there are the different, as you see the classic honeycombs and things that they're building, so we have all the equipment, and you got to make an investment.
Yeah.
But the end result is all the plants in the area are going to look that much better because the bees are actively pollinating and doing all of that, so they're keeping everything will look more robust. It's just a healthier environment. And as they say, beekeepers and people who are into this say they encourage you to do your own hive because the bee population has taken a bit of a hit.
Oh,
Yeah. So you have an outfit as well?
She got me one.
Okay,
so I
good.
promise when I get into mine, she was in hers. She got me mine. We'll take a picture so you can see me at my hiviest.
Are you looking forward to being a part of it?
Do you know what? I'm like.
It sounds like something you wouldn't be into.
I am into it through her, like
Right,
her
I know.
zeal,
Yeah.
like you. I don't want to play golf, but I like hearing you talk
Right,
about golf. I
right.
love hearing Casey talk about cycling.
Yeah.
Nick, hiking. Marissa, pimping. No, Marissa's restaurant stuff.
Yeah.
To me,
Steve, that was a secret. It was just you and I.
So, but so I'm very
All right,
interested
so
in it.
how long until we get some honey?
So it takes a while,
Okay.
you know, but I haven't got a honey extractor. I didn't know what the hell it is, but I just did my research. And
Can you eat honeycomb? Like,
Oh, yeah.
bite on it?
Yeah, they sell it. You
Got
can
a
buy
big,
it.
big taste. I know that.
Yeah.
With a big, big bite.
It's not
Big
small.
bite.
All right, no. All right, I want to
It's
try.
really
I want to
big.
bite one.
Yeah.
I want to. I've never bitten into a honeycomb. I just.
It tastes like honey, and then what's left after the flavor
It's comb.
is like it's kind of like wax lips.
Yeah.
You know, it's a wax.
Okay.
And there's no flavor left to it. You can swallow it if you want to, or spit it out, or whatever
okay.
you want.
So you're more like okay.
It's like a knickknacks
patty
honey wax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's I know there's they produce the honey. They need that honey to live during the colder
Yes.
times.
Yeah.
But they make excess of it, and that can be yours.
So, and that is amazing. Again, as even Dr. Mike has said, you get honey from your area, it's going to have a much better medicinal application in general. And I do love honey.
We have local honey stands up all around where we live, and yes, it's been recommended from allergists. Like, get that stuff, eat it.
Yes.
It'll help you out. But yeah, I'm a big fan of honey.
So, but to see them like, and you can actually see them start to widen out their flying patterns as they're kind of getting the lay of the land. So, like, okay, we were someplace before, now we're here. Okay, this queen's cool. And now we're going to say, all right, let's find out where the flowers are. Like, they're mapping the area about, all these things.
Is it scary at all to have all these bees flying around?
No, because they stay kind of right there. And honeybees, again, I've gone out in the flowers in front, I do an elaborate Halloween display, and they're all around. They're like, we don't give a rat's ass about you. We're doing our deal. It's not like yellow jackets and or, other bees that are more aggressive.
Okay.
Did you ask the neighbor, or did you let the neighbors know that you were doing this?
Yes,
Okay,
I said
cool.
whether you like it or not. No, we did, because they had actually, the people who lived next door before had a hive, but we wanted to make sure no one was
allergic,
a real medical issue. And did all that. So
That's cool,
and they were
man.
awesome. They were very excited.
Hang on, we have Alan, who is a beekeeper and can chime in on anything. Hey, Alan, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How long you been keeping bees?
I've been a beekeeper for about 11 years now. I'm in my 11th season.
Wow. How many hives do you have?
It depends. I overwintered 20 colonies this year, and I will have up to 60, 80 colonies.
Oh, my God.
So when you're saying
before the end of summer.
Alan, when you're saying 60, 80 colonies, does that mean 60 to 80 separate hive, those boxes?
Absolutely.
Okay, wow.
That's wild.
I'm a professional bee remover. I remove bees out of people's houses.
Okay.
That's how I get my colonies.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. When you go or take on a job to go remove bees, I was going to ask what is done with those. So you will bring them back and put them in your little bee farm there.
As I like to say, they become my girls.
Wow.
They become honey producers for me.
Yeah, and Alan, so then therefore you can make that's selling honey is that part of your profession as well?
Absolutely. I have a website. If I could promote it, I would love to do it on the air. It's YorkiesHoneyFarms.com. I've been featured on FYI Philly, Newsweek, CNN. I'm the guy that did the bees out of the house in Skipback, removed over 450,000 bees.
Oh, that's right. I remember that story.
Yeah. Three separate colonies, yes.
So, Alan, in those cases...
Hold on 1 second. Preston, that honey stand that's near you...
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, but that's not true honey.
Okay. What is it?
If you watch the series Rotten on Netflix, it's the very first episode. It's called Lawyers, Guns, and Honey. They tell you how they how the Chinese buy honey locally, send it to China, mix it 90% to 10% corn syrup, bottle it locally here, and then they put it up as bottled local honey. But it's not local honey.
By the way, I love that name, Lawyers, Guns, and Honey. That's a great name. Interesting. Okay. All right. Alan, Steve, you were going to ask him a question?
Alan, you made me forget my question.
I'm sorry, Steve.
All right.
So, do you have any advice to people who are going to take this on? Is it, to start off as a hobby and then maybe, expand it a little bit?
It's addictive.
Yeah.
That's
well, so is heroin.
The one thing you want to do is you want to start with 2 hives, not just one.
Right.
Because if one hive is suffering, you can bolster it with the other hive.
So that's what we have. My wife has a couple of mentors and everything. How long until it will start to generate? It's brand new now, Alan. How long before it will start to generate honey?
If you're smart, you won't touch the honey in there till next year.
Okay.
You want them to build that comb and fill that up full of honey and let them have that for the winter. And then next year, around July, you should be able to harvest honey.
Hey, Alan, can you email me, at the station here? And if I could pass that information off to Claire, I'm sure she'd like to at some point maybe call upon you for your expertise.
Steve, go on my website, send me an email through my website, because I don't have anything to write with right now.
Okay, well, that'll go. That works out because I will forget your website, and then we won't ever communicate again.
What's the name of it again, Alan?
I'm going to spell it for you. It's YERKES, Honey Farms, FARMS.com.
Okay, excellent. How many people does it take to mind, 60 colonies?
I believe it or not, I do it by myself. I take 1 day a week off, and I tend to my bees. You need to dedicate 1 hour a week to your hives to make sure they don't swarm, make sure your queen is doing what she's supposed to be doing, the whole 9 yards.
So it does seem rather self-sustaining, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Correct. But there's a difference between being a beekeeper and a bee-haver. Okay, there's a lot of people put bees in a box, and they think they're a beekeeper. If you don't tend to your hives, you're going to have issues.
It's like the difference between Bieber and a belieber, right?
Exactly. You got to watch for your mites. You got to watch for your hive beetles, wax moth larvae.
All right, so I know Claire's been doing her due diligence and her research, but what is the number one nemesis of a beehive, like especially a brand new hive?
Varroa mites and wax and the hive beetles.
What are hive beetles?
Hive beetles are little black beetles that go into the cell and they start to eat the larvae and destroy the colony.
Can't have that.
And the best way to take care of that, Steve, is you take a Swiffer sheet, unscented, cut it in half, stretch it out, and pin it on 4 corners of the top bars. And then when the hive beetles crawl across that, their legs get stuck and they eventually die.
All right, not on my watch, man.
A Swiffer sheet.
Yeah,
all
right.
But you have to cut it in half, unscented. If it's scented, it's going to hurt you.
Do you know what I might do? I might put the whole hive in the dryer and throw in some bounce sheets.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, maybe that'll work too.
No, that's great advice. I appreciate that, Alan.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Alan.
Feel free to email me. And if your wife needs a mentor, I'd be more than happy to come look at her hive sometime. I'm all over the place. Yesterday, I got up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I caught 4 swarms and looked at 6 cutouts. I didn't get home till after 9 o'clock last night.
Wow. You're true to the craft. Awesome.
I'm a professional bee remover. That's
All
what
right.
I do.
Thank you, Alan. Take care, man. We'll see you.
You're welcome.
All right,
You
bye-bye.
guys too. Have
By the way, so Steve, you said mentor. He said mentor. Is that like an industry phrase?
That's what Claire was describing. So we have a couple people. There's one, I forget the woman's name. She's very nice. She was the one that helped Claire get her bees into the hive on Saturday morning. It was a beautiful morning. It smelled like bees. And it was glorious. And just to see, again, even from my perspective, that I'm not actually physically doing it, to watch what the bees are doing is kind of like, I guess all that stuff you heard about drones and the way they protect the opening and so on and so forth. They're not aggressive. They're just, it's what they do.
So I'm sorry, did you indicate how many bees you have?
5,000.
Okay.
They count one and they're all numbered. No, approximately 5,000.
Okay.
They can't really know for sure.
Wow. So we'll have to when your harvest comes in.
I'll be bringing that freaking honey in.
We will have to have a honey sample.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
None of that fake honey crap.
Well, when we had those bees that ended up in my neighbor's bush last year, and so they were just there. It was like temporary housing, literally. Like they kind of hung there, and then they sent the drones out to look for new hives. We had the beekeepers come in and take them, and then they ended up giving us some of their honey.
It's fascinating.
It is cool.
And the fact that they could reject a queen, it doesn't happen often, I know, but I mean, there's this very complex communication that they do, and however, everyone is working towards a goal, and it's just amazing, the synergy to see that nature doing what nature does.
That's awesome. All right, Case, are we going to talk to
Yes, we have
our
him on the
guest?
line.
We're getting him on the line from what I understand. So let's see what Connor's doing. All right, so Kathy's Cuts is happening right now, and we will check back in with her in a few. She is at Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting, and also don't forget it's taking place at David Arnold Hair Salon in Jenkintown. But we are going to bring on the founder of Wigs for Kids. And, of course, that is the organization that's receiving these donations.
Yes.
And getting a nice big chunk of fluffy hair for this. Please welcome the founder of Wigs for Kids, Mr. Jeffrey Paul. Hey, Jeffrey. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for joining us. We have this event that is 15 years strong now. We had to take a couple years of donation off, but Wigs for Kids is the beneficiary, and thought it would be cool to have you on real quick just to tell us a little about the organization and the origins and things like that. How long has Wigs for Kids been in existence?
We just celebrated our 40th year last year in October, serving children all over the United States and Canada, providing them with hair prosthetics for free, which normally would cost them $5,000 to $6,000, but they're never charged a penny.
Wow,
that's a big thing because listen, I know there are some organizations. I know I'm not going to besmirch other places that are trying to do something, but the fact that this is given gratis is what really makes what you do unique. So, and that's the mission statement. How many wigs go out during the course of an average year, Jeffrey?
Normally about 400 or 500, but it's been exploding greater because there's 3 or 4 different categories of children we take care of. There's, of course, the cancer child that we started with my niece, Laura, who had leukemia. But now alopecia has become probably 60 to 70% of our clientele that we take care of, and then trichotillomania and burns. But in the situation of a cancer patient, that cancer patient maybe needs 1 hair piece during their treatment. But an alopecia patient might go with us from 2 years old to 18 years old, and every year we replace them a brand new hairpiece at no cost. And that's what you guys are doing. I am so pumped. When my PR company said that you guys did it for 17 years, the hair is a very important element. Although it doesn't sustain all the expense, we still, of course, always need the donations to provide for the service of developing the hairpiece. But those ponytails in our organization are the hair that goes into these children's hair pieces. So it is like giving an organ over to a child, but it takes 15 to 20 or even sometimes 25 ponytails to make 1 hair piece.
Wow. And is that because it's using all natural hair and not substituting? Kathy, who's on location at the event right now, was telling us that there's a methodology to what you guys do and why you need a certain length and so much hair.
So true, because most people don't realize why we have a minimum of 12 inches, but we beg for 16 and 14 inches because a little girl wants to have hair down to her shoulders. And that isn't just the length from the top of the crown down, let's say is 14 inches, which is what we provide. We need another 4 inches to be able to tie the hair to the hairpiece prosthetic. So that's 14 inches plus 4 inches is 18 inches of hair from the crown down. So the longer the ponytail, the greater the smile on a little girl's face because she gets to have what she desires to look herself, live her life like all her friends are.
Jeffrey, let me ask you. So with all of the innovations in the various things, makeup and other things, and wigs and so on and so forth, and I know that there are wigs made of artificial fibers and things like that. Where does that stand, and why is the actual human hair preferable to what you're doing?
That's a great question. Two things that are important. Synthetic has improved in some of the cases of technology, but you still can't use a curling iron successfully. You still can't kind of sleep in it for sleepovers. And if you put it into a ponytail, it just doesn't do what human hair does. But when you have human hair, they can tie it into braids. They can put it in a ponytail. They can get ready for their prom and do an updo.
Right.
And that only can be provided with human hair.
That's why the ones I get at the Halloween store are so crappy and like, you put you see the picture of it on, and then you put it on, and you're like, this doesn't look anything like that.
It looks like a dead rat on my head.
Oh, Preston, if you put a curling iron next to it, it would melt.
Okay.
Yeah. So that makes complete sense then. The resiliency of the human hair.
That's right.
All right.
And,
Okay.
the other thing that is so important about what you guys are doing for us is that everybody asks, what's the hair all about? But hair is not only attached to the follicle that it grows from, it's attached to the child's heart, the inner mirror, and its self-esteem. And when they lose that heart, they break that mirror. And because of the people donating their hair, because of the people donating dollars and cents, and the stylists, like the stylist is doing the wonderful things over there in Philadelphia with you, that's why we can give these children back their image, their self-esteem, their smile again, to look themselves and live their life.
Jeffrey, if people are interested in qualifying to receive a wig, how do they go about doing that?
Real simple. Brand new website. It's all letters, wigs4kids.org. That's wigs4kids.org. And they just go in, I want a wig, and they fill out the forms, and we turn away no one. We just reach out to everybody.
Does it take a little bit of time to find the right one? And what's the process of narrowing down what somebody would want to get?
Well, we have stylists around the country, like the ponytail harvesters. They're trained and certified through video, online, digital training. And then we have a next level of stylists that actually gets the caps, the fitting, the measurements, and everything else of the child that needs the wig. And they then send that information into us, and we then go to work. It takes 3, maybe 4 or 5 months to manufacture and produce a wig, and it's gotten a little longer because of pandemic, like everything has. But in turn, it's made then with the color selection they do, the size of their head, and then it's cut and styled by a great stylist that's been trained by us through our Hair Loss University. And the smile on their face when they turn the mirror around and see themselves again with hair is off the charts.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Jeffrey, on this great organization and the longevity of it. 40 years, that's absolutely incredible. So we're very proud to be a part of it.
Well, thank you for helping us get the message out, because it needs to have the message gotten out there, and you guys have really helped us wonderfully. And the stylist, give her a kiss for me if you're there on location, because she's just amazing all these years of doing this.
Excellent. Very nice. We will do it. Thank you very much. Jeffrey Paul, guys. Wigs for Kids. And Kathy Romano is, as we speak, out at the Kathy's Cuts event. So.
And Kathy was the one who spearheaded this whole thing from the get-go. This all grew from Kathy's initial desire to do more with her hair than just throw it away when she got a cut.
Yep, and now 15th year doing it. We had to take 2 years off, but it's been 15 years since it started. So, all right, we got to take a break. You know why? Because we got Concert Cash coming up. We want to stay on time for that Bizarre File and more. Make sure you stay with us.
Excellent. Yes. Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath. Full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
Yep. I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness, though, drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. And she's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the Bizarre File, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
and paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit. Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my God.
But and there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. As you pull up, Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tata Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking, you're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a
God.
transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. I know it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings, preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh, my God.
I need to see this guy.
Cash, we got to do it right now. It's 10 o'clock.
Now, here's your concert cash keyword.
Word is buy. B-U-Y. All right, as in you're going to buy something with that money you win, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can text to the special contest short code number 45911. Or if you want to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest. And all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMRBQ. Winners get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by AAA Distributor. And again, the word is buy. So good luck to you. Kathy, we'll chat real quick and just make sure that everything is going smoothly so far.
Everything is going great. We actually just had somebody check in. She drove all the way from Harrisburg to get her hair cut.
Wow.
Yeah, she's originally from Norwood, but she got out and she moved to Harrisburg.
She got out.
Yes, it is going wonderful here. We have people in every chair getting their hair cut. We're kind of getting ready to switch over. We got the 10 o'clock appointments coming in. And yeah, I'm at Gravity Hair Salon. David Arnold Hair Salon sending me some pictures. It looks like it's going great over there as well. Just want to thank True Beauty Concepts, Duncan, as well for providing breakfast and coffee for everyone this morning.
We're looking at a picture of this gal, Mary Beth, who owns a business, Cakes and More by Mary Boss. And boy, did she have some long red hair. I'll bet that is a very sought after color at Wigs for Kids.
I said the same thing to her when she got her hair cut, and believe it or not, we actually had a second donor, a guy that came through who had very similar color hair.
Wow.
And he got I think he cut off 19 inches.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
Wow.
These people have crazy long hair.
It's like Crystal Gale level.
This is awesome.
We just received a tweet as well, too. A person named Sina is a senior in high school. This is their 3rd time donating.
Oh, my gosh.
Donated for the first time in 3rd grade, donated again, and now senior year of high school donating.
Wonderful people.
Kathy, I was going to ask if you've seen many kids this time around. Sometimes we have little kids that who have their hair grown out. They're just, maybe 10, 11, 12 years old.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what it is. Normally, we see a lot of kids. We actually only had one kid come through here, and I know there was one that went through David Arnold as well. But that's all that I know of are two kids, which is odd because in previous years we've had a lot. So I don't know if it was just because maybe this event is a little bit smaller than.
Or it's on a Monday.
It's on a Monday. I was mentioning that.
Yeah. And Friday's a little easier to call out. Grab a kid from school. So.
But the little girl that came here, she was 11 years old in 5th grade. She drove from Allentown, New Jersey, and she cut off 14 inches of hair. She got this nice short hair. Her mom was like, I need the hair, I needed her haircut. She wanted it short. It was high maintenance when it was long, and she said as soon as she heard the event. She signed her daughter up.
Well, you know, next year what happens is if we do again on a Monday, we want to get more kids. The kids and parents just tell the school the kid is working off a hangover.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. It's a
Take
good
that
Sunday or Monday excuse.
Right,
yeah, I agree.
Is it?
All right. Thank you, Kathy. We'll check in again a little bit later on. In the meantime, we need to do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Armor Metals and Recycling. You can get paid for your old computers, monitors, printers, and more at Armor Metals and Recycling. Armor Metals is your e-cycling headquarters. Armor Metals is your most trusted recycling partner. Visit armormr.com for more information. All right, animal rights activists are up in arms over reports that a chicken farm in Iowa killed more than 5 million birds after detecting a case of avian influenza. And what activists say was a gruesome culling method.
5 million.
Yeah, the factory farm later dismissed the more than 200 workers that it had tasked with slaughtering the hens.
In memoriam, I shall be reading every name of every chicken killed.
Oh my
5
God.
million.
Yep.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah. Here you go.
After each name, you'll hear.
You'll hear? Yeah, after every... It's like when they ring a bell.
Stinky.
Yeah.
Pinky. Erasmus. Rhonda.
And only if Gene is there in full face paint while he's doing it.
Yes.
Wow, so...
Jebediah.
We'll just have to keep checking in on them.
Rembrandt Farms, where the mass slaughter took place in March, is owned by billionaire Glenn Taylor, one of the wealthiest Iowans and owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, last month, protesters from Direct Action Everywhere and animal rights advocacy groups stormed the court at home games wearing T-shirts reading Glenn Taylor roasts animals alive.
Did you see the woman getting tackled by
The Iowa Department of Agriculture and Land Stewardship in March announced that it had confirmed a case of avian influenza in a flock of commercial layer chickens in Buena Vista County, where Rembrandt Farms is located. So Zoe Rosenberg, a protester,
Charles,
allegedly
Nancy.
alleged that the farm created an environment that made it easy for disease to spread. She said, "I don't think that any farm should have that
Pedro.
many birds to begin with."
So there's no hope if a bird acquires an avian flu. You can't. Some aspirin and perhaps
I don't know.
Some Robitussin.
Casey, chicken soup. What are you feeding them?
In a horrible
Are
twist.
you insane?
The only thing that cures them.
By the way, this is pretty bad. So
In the ultimate sense of irony.
Yeah. What is this?
In the memoriam section still.
Above 104 degrees, and the birds die slowly by suffocation.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty gnarly, right? All right, so
You know what I hear? Weird. If I can jump in quickly for a second, I heard. Oh, there was a special over the weekend I was watching about windmills, wind farms.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know they create a pressure situation that when bats fly through, it detonates their lungs.
No.
So
kidding.
it will wipe out S loads of bats that happen to fly in the general area. There's something about the pressure, and Nick, perhaps you can look at it, but it'll just like wipe out entire.
Well, then they should probably fight that with, like, I don't even know, maybe emitting some sort of a sound that would keep the bats away.
I don't know. All right, well, listen, I got another story here. And it continues in the chicken vibe. A state inmate serving time in Delta County, Colorado, tested positive for the highly pathogenic avian influenza, or H5N1, after being exposed to birds that were later confirmed to have contracted the virus. The Center for Disease Control confirmed that a person who had worked with infected poultry at a commercial farm as part of a pre-release employment program had tested positive after taking a nasal swab test. The man, who is younger than 40, has been largely asymptomatic and tested negative for it in the follow-up test. But officials believe that the virus may have been in the inmate's nasal passages as a result of working closely with the infected chickens ahead of the tests of the initial positive test.
This stuff is very effed up.
Yeah, but he's fine. I mean, it was bizarre to find it in humans, so I just thought it tied in with the other story, so that's why I threw that in there. Let's see. How about this one? Authorities in Colorado said a suspected pack of wolves caught on camera in unclear footage this week actually turned out to be 5 St. Bernard dogs who had escaped from their owner's home.
Were they doing wolf impressions?
The sheriff's office opened investigation.
Show him your wolf.
When a video was shown to authorities depicting a group of 4-legged animals running near an elk herd on April 25th. The video was shot from a very long distance away, and from lighting and shadows, it made it difficult to determine what type of large 4-legged animals were running near the elk herd. The investigation ended when authorities discovered the suspected wolves in the video were actually 5 St. Bernard dogs who had escaped from their owner in the area. The sheriff's office said the dogs have a documented history of escaping their enclosure in the area, and the owner of the canines is being cited by the Park County Animal Control for permitting a dog to run at large. And then we'll do one more story. Carl the Rooster. Was a precious commodity to downtown Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
Ladies and gentlemen, a word now from Carl the Rooster.
And now, thanks to a concerned effort to find the person responsible for his kidnapping and death.
Oh, my God.
A Jones County woman is being held accountable. On Thursday, Jones County... Jones...
Put him on the phone.
Jones County Juvenile Corrections Officer Kendra Schaefer was issued a misdemeanor arrest citation. She was also fired by the Sheriff's Department.
Can't do that.
Sheriff Joe Berlin said, "We expect those individuals employed by the Jones County Sheriff's Department to perform their duties and live their lives in a professional and honorable manner. The criminal charges against Ms. Schaefer by the police are serious, and we do not tolerate or condone this behavior. Her employment termination is immediate."
So what prompted this?
Despite that, the loss is still hard to take. Matt Stebley, owner of the Twisted Anchor Tattoo, said about Carl the Rooster, "He brought a lot of joy to a lot of people down here." And when a video surfaced showing what looks like the kidnapping of Carl the Rooster, and a second video that apparently shows the dumping of his body in Biloxi.
Look at this note I got. It says cockadoodle dead.
Residents were mortified. Twisted Anchor Tattoo was Carl's main hangout, apparently. And now a memorial has been placed on the front porch where he spent most of his time. The store's manager, Christina Jackson, has led a group investigation to find the person responsible for Carl the Rooster's abduction.
What about Dog the Bounty Hunter?
And murder. He's been demoted to chickens.
I said some inappropriate things.
As part of the arrest citation, Schaefer was not put into custody, but was given a date for her initial court appearance. So, who knew? I had all
sad animal stories,
chicken stories for you today. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for now. We got about 2 minutes left for you to get the word "buy" over to us. Make sure that you do that now. It's MMR's Concert Cash, and we don't want you to miss this chance. We'll take a break, come back in a second. Lesson, trash, music, news, those things are up next.
I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face
absolutely.
with all your might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes, and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
and
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get
Just
awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, do we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards.
There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old. There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's a
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it. It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
Totals and things like that most likely tomorrow. But we have, we're done with traffic, so we're finished with that. But I guess we can check in with Kathy. Are you there, Kath?
Yeah, you have to check in with me because I'm with right now, I think probably the most, at least as far as a female goes, the most drastic haircut and drastic change.
Okay.
What's your name? Rita. And how much hair did you cut off?
22 inches.
Whoa, 22 inches.
22 inches. But okay, so she got her hair cut from Joe at Gravity Hair Salon, the owner of Gravity Hair Salon. How would you describe the cut that you gave her?
A rockin' pissy.
A rockin'
rockin'
cut.
pissy.
Pixie.
A rockin' pixie. I thought he said a pissy.
Yeah,
I'm like,
a rock and a pissy.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's where you cut the hair and then take a leak.
Okay, a rockin' pixie.
So
So
she's,
she went with a pixie. Wow. Okay.
Yep. I mean, it's shaved on the bottom, on the sides, and she got you still have a little bit of length on the top. I mean, obviously nothing that you had 22 inches of long hair. Do you like it?
I love it. I really do. I've been wanting to do it for a long time.
Can we ask on the cameras? I don't know if they could switch over. We're not seeing you guys. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, I want to see
this. I thought you could see us. All right.
No.
So, yeah, we're actually gonna. Marissa, Aaron sent over the before picture. She's going to. And then we'll.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, that's a short do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And she
But
had she had 2 feet of hair before that, basically.
But you came in with that idea. Like, this is what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I had pictures. This is what I wanted. Yep.
And why a pixie cut? You just wanted a drastic change?
Yeah, it's just something I've always flirted with the idea of, and I went for it.
It completely works for you. My wife has short hair, and I think if you have like a bright face and a good smile, I think it's gangbusters. It looks tremendous.
Yeah, and she does. And she's got a great personality. She was up here. Joe was cutting her hair, and we were just laughing because, as far as a female goes, this is the most drastic change today.
I love it. Excellent. All right, well, we've got just a little more time to go on this, Kath. We'll be, one more segment, then we're done. What time? Are they on the final appointments now?
Yeah, so the final appointments are in the chairs, and we'll be wrapping up after this hour.
Wonderful. All right, well, we'll do it one more time with you. In the meantime, we're going to do today's lesson question, and we are going to give away as a prize a 4-pack of tickets for Harry Potter the Exhibition at the Franklin Institute. And we're going to stick with something Kathy-centric. What is the name of Kathy's interpretive dance?
Oh, yeah.
215-263 WMMR. We were supposed to get it here at some point before the show is up at her Kathy's Cuts. But what is the name of Kathy's interpretive dance? If you heard that and you know the answer, call now, 215-263 WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer Lumber, trusted experts since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Sophie Turner telling The Wrap that becoming a mother has helped her become a better actress. Turner says it takes a special kind of acting to look at a baby that just tore up your vagina and say, I love you. Oprah Winfrey says she never once left her home for 322 days at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. The 68-year-old talk show legend says there were days she felt the walls closing in on her, even though those walls had to travel across 50,000 square feet.
Oh, my God.
And finally, soccer legend Hope Solo has entered an alcohol treatment program nearly a month after being arrested for DUI. I'm extremely proud of her for taking this first step, said her butthole.
Oh, my God. Said her butthole.
Who else is on social media?
That's right. Hope Solo's butthole. You're right about that. By the way, somebody recommended, Steve, that when you and Claire start getting honey from your hives, you should call it butthole honey.
Yes.
Isn't that a great
It's going to
idea?
be a tough sell for her.
Butthole.
But I will always consider it that.
Butthole honey.
Yeah.
All right, we will go to... Let's go to Paul and see if we can get an answer to this question, which is, what is the name of Kathy's interpretive dance? Paul, do you know the answer?
Yes, it's the follicle dance.
Follicle. That is correct, Paul. Hang on. You just got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for Harry Potter the Exhibition at the Franklin Institute. This groundbreaking exhibition celebrates the iconic moments, characters, settings, and beasts as seen in the films and stories of Harry Potter and the Wizarding World, using best-in-class immersive design and technology. And tickets are on sale now at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Water Ice. You can head to your Rita's and get a Reese's Concrete. Ooh. Reese's Concretes combine Rita's creamy frozen custard with fudge, peanut butter, and Reese's toppings. And it's available in 3 delicious flavors.
God, I love that custard.
All right, so Ozzy Osbourne, who contracted COVID last week, is on the mend, according to Loudwire. His son, Jack, spoke recently to Tom Newton Dunn's news desk back in England, and gave fans an update on Ozzy's health. He said he's doing well. I spoke to him shortly before coming in. He just says hello, and I'll save the colorful language, but he says it sucks. As previously reported, in recent years, Ozzy is now 73, by the way, has dealt with seemingly nonstop string of health issues, including a nasty fall, onset of Parkinson's, multiple staph infections, pneumonia, the flu, and a burst blood vessel in his eye.
You know, for years he was absolutely like Superman. He had nothing and no issues whatsoever. And then it's like a switch flicked.
Yeah.
Almost after that ATV accident.
Yeah, catches up to you.
Yeah.
This is pretty wild. Axl Rose joined country superstar Carrie Underwood on stage on Saturday night during her performance at Indio, California Stagecoach Festival. And together, Rose and Underwood tackled two of GNR's Appetite for Destruction classics, Sweet Child of Mine and Paradise City. We got some clips to play for you. Let's start with this one. The first one when he comes out for Sweet Child of Mine.
He's working it, and he actually looked pretty good, too, I have
He
to
does.
say. Yeah,
He
yeah.
looks decent.
She was kicking some Axl Rose moves.
Yep.
You know, it was very cool.
But no bandana, no hat on. Like, this
Yeah.
is kind of a different
No?
Axl than
His-
we've seen for a while.
His head looks weird.
Yeah, because you're not used to seeing the
Yeah.
top of it.
It's like when
that,
Keith
so.
Richards came out at the concert that I saw when they did the Rolling Stones at the Link.
Yeah.
And didn't have his thing on. I'm like, who is that pathetic old man?
So it was reported that back in 2020, Carrie Underwood revealed for her love for Guns N' Roses doing an appearance on NBC's Jimmy Fallon. Underwood joked about abandoning her husband and kids to head out to a gun show just after returning from her own road date. She said, "It's hard when you meet your heroes, you know, because I do consider Axl to be somebody who taught me how to sing."
It's wild.
And I was like, what if I meet him and he's not everything I want him to be? But he was super cool and nice. So they got along great.
Do you remember when there was some sort of something that, you know, she was like, will I ever look the same again?
She, quote unquote, fell.
Yeah.
And had to get some sort of surgery, or she had a scar on her face. So
You
she
believe it was just
wasn't-
straight up a procedure?
But
She looks great.
potentially.
She
I
looks
mean,
sensational.
You have to do that stuff early in life for it to catch up with it later, so that people don't notice it later.
Oh, that's you think that's what you...
That's why babies should have plastic
yeah,
surgery.
Yeah, baby plastic surgery.
Korn and the Backstreet Boys have been showing each other some love on social media. Mutual Admiration Fest kicked off on Friday when the new metal band sang the Backstreet Boys hit I Want It That Way on TikTok.
Love that song.
Nick Carter quickly duetted the video, dressed up as a member of Korn, asking how to correctly do the hair and makeup. And it didn't stop there. Korn's Brian Head Welch also shared a photo of himself and Korn bassist Rendild Fieldy Avrazu. I don't know how you say his
It's
last
too
name.
much.
Arvizu backstage at Backstreet Boys' DNA World Tour alongside Carter. So they've known each other for a little while. I think that's great. Paul McCartney back on the road. Kicked off his Got Back tour on April 28th in Spokane, Washington. And although the set list didn't change significantly since his 2019 Freshen updates, the feature of McCartney duetting virtually with John Lennon on I've Got a Feeling using audio and footage from Peter Jackson's Get Back documentary seemed to be the ultimate crowd pleaser of the
Holy
night.
hell, that'd be amazing.
Would be.
Nick pulled up a picture of Paul that I guess he posted on Instagram. He looks really weird in the picture. I know he's like mid yell.
Are you talking about the shape of his mouth?
And his eyes. He kind of looks like a doggy say.
I'm not going there.
That was too. He had to be finessed a little bit more.
I'm not doing that.
Not
It's
going to
like-
ask what's the doggy say?
No,
It's not going to ask
it
that?
doesn't have the right qualifications.
It's like a Digford. That
I had to do that while Kathy wasn't here because she would just eviscerate
she's
me.
driving over here to put her foot up your ass. He does look good though, man. You got whatever, you know.
He does look like what
A
the
doggy
doggy
say.
Like a doggy say.
Yeah.
You know?
What's the doggy say?
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. You can't
I
ask
just
your
did
son-
it.
No,
You
you
can't
can't.
tell me what it
That
is.
is not
Yeah.
allowed.
Casey, it looks like he's wearing an up dog.
Wait, what's an up dog?
The second Grecian Earth.
Why Spokane, Washington? Did they say why he kicked
Why
off
not?
kicked off the tour there?
Suck it.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me unzip and you just use your mouth on me.
Jesus
For asking
Christ.
questions like that.
Are you taking your anger out on Casey or me?
You're the ultimate dick for.
Wait, what's a dick for?
It's for having sex.
I'll say it because Kathy's not here. You guys are children.
Oh, thank you. All right, so listen, this is pretty cool because in his set list, he kicked it off with Can't Buy Me Love, marking the first time that he's ever utilized the 1964 Beatles chart topper as an opening number, and premiered just one tune from his 2020 top two McCartney 3 album, with Woman and Wives getting run through early in the first piano set. After a 19-year absence, Macca played Getting Better and You Never Give Me Your Money, although this time out, Paul and the band performed the full band second portion of the tune in the medley, which she came through the bathroom window, which had been missing since 2005. Notably, though, yesterday, Paul's most popular composition has once again been dropped from the set list. But fortunately, he's got a lot of stuff he can go to while he is there.
We're thinking of going with the sup dog.
What was the setup again?
He looks like a doggy say.
Like a doggy say.
Yeah. Maybe if I said like doggy sigh or something like that.
Yeah.
What's a doggy sigh?
Were you waiting all morning for the right moment?
No, I kind of came up with it during the.
But no one took it, so it kind of just laid there.
I almost went with a rooster say.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Yeah.
What's a rooster say?
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, thank you.
Qualification.
Currently in production is Traveling Band, Creedence Clearwater Revival at Royal Albert Hall. It's a documentary. Deadline reported that the doc, which is being narrated by Jeff Bridges and will be directed by Bob Smeaton, best known for his work on 1995's Grammy-winning The Beatles anthology, and most recently 2021's critically acclaimed The Who Sell Out documentary. Creedence played 2 shows at the Albert Hall, hitting the hallowed venue on April 14th and 15th, 1970. Man, I'd really be interested in seeing that.
Thinking the same thing.
What a
At
great
the height,
band.
holy hell.
Oh, and
That'd be
all those
awesome.
hits.
I'd love to see, besides a concert film, an actual documentary.
Yep, I would too, because there was contention, there was a lot of
Massive,
strife in that band, but an incredible amount of great music.
Oh, my God.
So Jeff Bridges is going to
narrate.
Is he talking like the way, you know how his character talks in Hell or High Water? Is that how he normally talks these days?
No, he's more like the dude.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's more like that in his delivery.
I thought he had a little mush mouth thing type going at Larry's
Sometimes, yeah.
like this now.
Yeah, because the last 2 roles I remember him in,
Yeah,
that one, and there was another one where I was like, is this how he talks now? Is that like his regular?
He's actually like this.
Yeah. Because I thought there was
Seminal rock band, Creedence.
when he had COVID, and I think we had it in the system. He released a statement, and I thought he was kind of had this thing.
If you want to hear that, like in Hell or High Water, which is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. He's so phenomenal, but he's got like he has a full ham in his mouth.
Here, hang on. Is this it?
This was 2019.
Hang on. It's a teaser.
Sounds like a sup dog.
No, I think that might have been a teaser for a Super Bowl commercial.
Okay.
Sorry
All right,
about
well,
that.
anyway, and then one more quick thing. Despite previously asking the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to withdraw her nomination for a possible entry, Dolly Parton is now saying she will accept gracefully, according to an interview she did on Friday on NPR. Dolly's change of heart comes after learning more about the requirements of being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She said, "So I just felt like I would be taking away from someone that maybe deserved it, certainly more than me, because I never considered myself a rock artist. But obviously, there's more to it than that."
So when she found out some of the other people who are in it that most people would say that person's not rock, she said, "Oh, okay, I guess so." I mean, Donna Summer is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
The inductees will be announced this month, by the way, so we'll find out if she makes it in or not. And
Look at
there you go. That's it in music news. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Wait, Casey's
We have
shuffling
these
around. Yes, we have Doctor Strange. It is the Multiverse of Madness, and the screening is Wednesday, day after tomorrow night. And we'll be headed to the King of Prussia, UA King of Prussia, 7 p.m. How would you like to go? We will take callers 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Nice.
How about that? 5 calls. 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. 215-263-WMMR. You get to go see that movie before anybody else. How does that feel, huh? How does that feel? Feels pretty good. We'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Get ready to wrap up the show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
All right.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "All right, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're just playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets.
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never
grabbed the
said
pi-
that in an
Who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably did,
information?
but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
you
a
know the
bat in
second
room.
you
Yeah.
hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they
It's
need.
like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love
of
of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said
It
that.
was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy,
Yeah.
by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really
5
helps.
years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks
Yeah,
for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz. Give him some love.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
K-San?
At
No.
K-San in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh, didn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains.
Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country
well,
stereo.
something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name
in the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah.
Rest is
I've only
history.
been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's honest in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy Hargis.
Who's wore those cowboy hats, too, when I see him on TV? I mean, yeah.
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on,
Yes.
on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw two officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested.
Before I do all our thank yous and all that good stuff, let us go live to Gravity Hair Salon in Plymouth Meeting. Check in with Romano one more time before things end for the day. Kathy, how you holding up?
Yeah, so we're wrapping up. I think our last appointment is in the chair, and she's about 3/4 of the way done. And then we will have everybody wrapped here, and we had some great haircuts. I don't think anybody was under. We had like maybe 2 people that had 12 inches. The rest had 14 and over. I think the most was that girl that had 22 inches of hair to cut.
How does it feel to have it back, in full, the way you've been doing it for years today, Kathy?
Oh yeah, it's great. It feels it's a little different because we're at the actual salons as opposed to True Beauty Concepts like we did for the past couple of years. But
right.
yeah, it was great. People were in and out. People were happy to be here. So many people hadn't cut their hair since the pandemic started and kind of waited for this event. A couple of people saying that because of COVID and the restrictions, they just, kind of let their hair go and they started growing it, and then they heard about the event. Some were here for the first time. So yeah, it was great. It felt really good to do it again.
Nice. And who all gets the thanks for this event today?
Yeah, so we want to thank Dunkin' for sponsoring the event today. Get ready for summer days with a medium sunrise batch iced coffee for $2 from Dunkin', a bright and balanced coffee made from a blend of beans sourced from Kenya and Latin America. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Of course, I want to thank Gravity Hair Salon. They've been with us since the first year we did this. Joe and Kara are the owners, and all of their stylists that came out today to work for free. Thank you guys so much. David Arnold Hair Salon in Jenkintown. They've been with us for a number of years, so thank you to Jason and all of his stylists. True Beauty Concepts, who donated all of the product today. Balloons by Victoria, who did some decorations here at Gravity, and then Eric Simon, Rodney and his engineers who set me all up yesterday and were here all morning with me. The Army at both locations, and then I have intern Erin here. Hey guys, I got to meet an intern.
Hey.
Yeah, she did a great job. She was very helpful. There are tons of pictures from both salons, and I'm sure Marissa will get them up. But some amazing before and after pictures. So thank you. Thank you to all of the people that came out, participated, and donated their hair.
Excellent. All right. Good work, Kathy. We will see you back in the studio tomorrow. Thank you so much for another successful event. It is Kathy's Cuts, and there she goes.
Well done.
Yep,
Well
very,
done.
Very well done. I
Yes,
agree.
yes.
I would also like to thank our in-studio guest, Mr. Mark Summers, was here today.
Mark is
And
great.
Mark was just in town basically for a medical check. He hasn't seen his oncologist in several years because of COVID and so on, and he just wanted to pop in. And, dude, what I love about Mark's got stories.
Oh, God
That's
almighty.
what's great about interviewing him is because it's just he tells great stories of people he met, things he does.
He calls himself on name dropping. I never think of him as a name dropper. He's got good stories about people.
Agreed. So, Mark, we love you. Great to see you. And thank you to the founder of Wigs for Kids, by the way, Jeffrey Paul. It was great. It was his niece initially that gave him the idea to start the organization. She had cancer, and it's been going for 40 years.
It's amazing.
That's incredible. So it was great to have him on this morning. Pierre Robert is in the studio. Hey, man.
Good day. I was
Nice
just
day.
hanging out with Bobby De Niro and Robert Plant. And,
Wow.
yeah, and Pacino.
Do Bobby and Robert get along well?
Bobby and Bob get along good.
Nice.
Well, I can call Robert Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I'm the only guy that Robert Plant allows to call Bob.
Wow.
Yeah, and
You guys are tight.
we are tight. I say, yo, Bobby, want to do some basketball? And he goes, absolutely. So, you
Says
know,
it like
It's
that.
great to have a
yeah.
relationship like
we
that.
shot some pops and,
Yeah,
you know.
they like to do basketball.
Let's go shoot some pops.
We're going to go shoot some pops. You know, so I didn't have much going on other
Okay.
than that.
I got you.
Yeah, Bobby, Bob.
It's at this point you was kind of blasé to it.
Well, I'm very blasé to it. You know, I mean, I really would have rather, you know, gone to the dentist.
Wow.
But,
Don't
you
tell
know,
Bobby that. He'll
well,
be very insulted.
I didn't want to hurt him. You know.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Hi.
you don't want those guys mad at you.
No.
I mean,
They're pretend mobsters.
oh, they are pretend mobsters.
Yeah.
The Sixers are going to do basketball tonight. You
Oh
excited about
yeah,
that?
hell yeah!
some-
I'm
some
excited about
popping.
that. They're taking on the Marauders, and it's a hell of a game. It's going to be tight action and quad shots.
Nothing
All
but
right.
quads.
Yeah, it's
and we're
toughest shot.
broadcasting it in quadraphonic tonight. By the
Absolutely.
way.
All 4 speakers.
All 4 speakers. You'll get the pop-a shot from every shot that's popping.
It's the revolution in home audio that will soon be completely forgotten.
Yeah.
Dude, Ski, you're so right.
You could do basketball today with Pierre. He'll have it for you.
Yeah.
You got
Just
that.
got to trust the process.
You got that. Well, you got that part right.
Yeah.
You got the letter of the day, my man.
That was that Boston guy. Wasn't that his
Yes,
thing?
the Boston guy's no longer around.
Oh, isn't he?
No, no,
Oh,
no.
too bad.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about that sports thing is those people don't stay around long.
They're transient.
Well, I mean, look at all of us. We've been here for a while.
Yeah.
You know, and those people, they come and go, and then poof, they're gone.
Yeah.
Seinfeld's got a line that says, essentially, you're rooting for laundry, which is what you are. You're rooting for the uniform. You're not really rooting for the people behind the uniform as much anymore.
Or the corporation that owns it all.
If you want to be cynical.
I'm not cynical. I'm just hanging out with Bobby and Bob and popping shots. All right? Let's get on with it. We got a letter to do, boys.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
B is in Bobby.
All right, we got a summer concert ticket passport, by the way. 4 tickets to each of these 4 shows that are part of Live Nation's Concert Week. So we have Barbecue, Coheed and Cambria, the Black Keys, and the Killers. You get to go to all those shows and get 4 tickets. By the way, get $25 all-in tickets to more than 3,700 concerts nationwide for 1 week only. On sale this Wednesday, 10 a.m. through Tuesday, May 10th.
That's amazing.
Visit livenation.com/concert week for all of the details. There's Bobby. For you, by the way.
That was me when I got too many shots in me.
Yeah, you were lost in the Grand Canyon.
I was.
Bob! Looking for Bob.
On my program today, you'll have. It's really bad when I have to bring
I know.
it back.
Preston's retired. He's done.
I went out already.
At a certain point, it just becomes
Preston leaned
like
back
a
in
hum.
his chair and put his arms behind his head and said, all right, whenever you touch down, let me know.
Yep.
As I was saying on the program today, concert cash opportunities at noon and 2 and possible Barbecue tickets. Also, workforce blocks of Bruce and 311. And for Lou Graham's birthday, a block of Foreigner. And I have a little piece of archival stuff of when Lou Graham and Mick Jones came in and sang on my program. But oddly enough, they would not do full versions of any Foreigner songs. They do these little snippets.
I hate that.
I hate it. And
you should have given the bums rush out of here.
Yeah, I should have had Bobby come down and kick their ass. But I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
know.
was that the original running length of the song? You scum played it in its entirety.
Yeah, they would like do these 1.5-minute versions of "Dirty White Boy" or or
Yeah.
"Cold as Ice," and I'm going,
No.
why are you doing it that way? But I didn't have the testosterone at the time to tell them to man
F
up
off.
and do the whole song.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll play a couple of those,
All right.
and we'll celebrate Lou Graham's birthday.
Excellent.
Let's get on with it.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going
Come
to
on,
thank
man.
our sponsors, President
Ray
Steve Show.
John.
Brought today by Acme Markets. Brought to you by Acme. I would have just ended the show right there when you said that. But I get in trouble if I didn't read these. So
I need you to stop talking.
From city to shore, Acme has everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and by Sunbelt Rental. When you're ready to tackle that large job or weekend project, turn to Sunbelt Rentals for all your equipment needs. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we'll do Tat Tuesday, and then we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.